Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Kings Million final day. €250 buy-in, no limit hold'em main event live from the Kings Resort in Rosvedov. It is your Irish pundit, broadcaster, action man Dan back in the house. Welcome everyone. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. 83 players remaining in this record-breaking field. 7,558 entries, average stack still 36 bigs, 3.642 million. We pick up the action here as Joel is going for a bet here on the 8-3-6 ace, and Fikaka just deciding what to do, won't be going anywhere. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of betting on this turn with the King Queen of Diamonds because your opponent is going to have a lot of ace-x in his range. Four spades rolling off on the river. $1.6 million in the pot now. Joel going to be forced to just let this go the majority of the time here on the river. Having said that, his big blind will have some two pairs here. That four might have improved him, although unlikely unless he had a hand like 5-7 of hearts, something around that area. Once he checks, he clearly doesn't have a hand like 5-7. And you see it in the background there, folks. New record, new all-time record in total entries. Just incredible. Very exciting day for Kings. €250 buy-in, €200,000 for the winner. If you weren't tuning in last night, we were here till about 5 a.m. Fikaka is just going to take that one down. Apocalypse is in the house. What's up? Koiken Concurrent. There's a name I ain't seen in a long time. Fox says, Dan, you sound like someone who was working until 5 a.m. Come on, mate. Well, I did just get out into the sun. I've done some kettlebells, very basic few exercises and some stretching and breathing. Played a little bit of fetch with the dog. Got some sunlight. So could be worse, Apocalypse. Quake and Concurrent says probably still drunk. No. I wish. Too long of a day to worry about here. We could be here for a very long time. Joel just going to shove 12 bigs from the small. Does take that one down. We're going to get to strategy now in a minute. Not recognizing too many players at this table. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, whether you're tuning in from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Buckle says, I did some kettle work too. A nice cup of tea. This guy. Where would I be without your quirky anecdotes, eh? Ding, who has a very nice stack, won a huge pot, one of the last hands of the night with kings. Was played pretty tight and snug. Let his opponents do the work for him. He got 4-bet ripped with ace 8 or ace 7 offsuit. One of the very last hands of the night. The 4-bet rip was button against the big blind for about 38 bigs, 35 bigs, something around that area. Launched him and propelled him over 7 million starting the day. So he would be one to watch out for at this feature. Pressure's going to be on. A lot of these players remaining won't have played for this kind of money before. We have Ding and Pulsito with 70 bigs plus each. Nikolai Mihai, who we have seen on Kings before. Fikaka with 40. Dieter Schneider. Sounds like a soccer player. He's got 28 bigs. And we've got 2 Italianos, Antonio Sardone and Francesco Russo. And Joel Miger. And Dieter Schneider going for a 4-bet rip here against Ding's 3-bet. Don't know if I really like this. I feel like there's better spots, you know. It's not like we're short-handed here. He's 4-bet rip, 28 bigs. Limp raises all in. Thanks, Dieter. I thought he opened. Was reading the tournament leaderboard or the feature table board instead. At the time, river comes the ace. Does hit 2 pair with that set of jacks, giving Ding a monstrous pot. And now he's got a stranglehold on his opposition here with less than 90 players remaining in this field. Yeah, Dieter, it's all well and good to shout out the theory of what players should be doing and what their ranges would look like, limp shoving for that stack depth, but they do turn up with these non-superior hands from time to time. Case in point, very good example. But I know what you're saying. I like your comment. They do tend to have it when they limp jam over a raise for that amount of chips. 2.8 million, 28 bigs. It's a really nice stack to have with 80 players remaining now. What an exciting day this is on a Monday. Top hitter says, is Jan still in the game? I hope so. He had 5 to 7 million for most of the day, but I think he lost a few pots towards the end. I'm not fully sure what his start of the day chip stack would be. Only have information here about the feature table, but if you go to the website on the King's Resort, you'll be able to find all remaining players and how well they are positioned coming into the final day, which I believe is the final day. So it's going to be a very, very long day. And right off the bat, I would have Nikolai Mihai as one to watch. He has a total live earnings of €427,000. One of the bigger names I've seen in the field are at the feature. God knows who else is still out there. Maybe some people can tell me in the chat if they see any superstars. And Zui Ding wins a bracelet last year. First World Series of Poker bracelet. I believe it was in the €1,000 no limit hold'em turbo freeze out. He won €35,351. Ding's going to bet 700k here. As a Le Bluff, I expect to see Ziwi Ding be very aggro with over 100 big blinds. I think that goes without saying. Mihai doesn't like this. Not much he can do. Obviously blocks his opponent having a straight when he has the queen. Then he 8 makes a straight. Just some 2 pairs out there. Just has to let the ace queen go, of course. Quake and Concurrent wants to know how is everyone doing today. Reasonable. Mikel Marrakesh is still in the field, of course, yes. Berserk and Mac Money, 2 guys we recognize for sure. 75 remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €2,015. Lucky Luck is right up there. Lucky Luck is always great to watch. I had the pleasure of having a drink or two with him actually at King's after he won. I think it was the guts of €130,000. A golden opportunity for the pros as well, if they can get chips going in a tournament like this. A lot of the lesser players, the recreationals, etc., from a 250 buy-in, going to be playing pretty honest poker for the most part. I say for the most part because expect the unexpected at King's. God wants to know what the buy-in was. I think it just says that on your screen there. The final day, the €250 Kings Million main event, live from the King's Resort in Roswell. Francesco Russo raising it up. Ace-10 suited, early position. Two pair for Ding. On the King, Queen, 8-9. Francesco mostly just gives it up now. If he more chips, could consider second barrel, but not under the gun. One against under the gun, two. $6.25 is the bet from Ding, and I would imagine Francesco's just going to let this one go, and he does do just that. Francesco with the min raise here from under the gun with ace 10 off suit. Ding calling after taking down the previous hand with pocket fives. Pulsito with the pink chips in play. Wants to raise this up to about 4x. Goes for slightly smaller, 700k total. I would be inclined to go a little bit larger here, even though he's already committing himself to Francesco. Ding has 12.5 million. Granted, the effective stack is around 65 big blinds. Therefore, I actually think a sizing of about 900 to a million works better here. Ding most likely peels for 500k more. There you see it. Just one pink chip, in for a penny, in for a pounding. Let's go. Jack 9-4 is the flop. Nice to see Didier in here from the get-go today. He would go 9 big blinds pre. Very good. Are you watching from work today, Didier? Shout out to you. Pulsito going to bet 700k, and then Ding not going to be continuing on the Jack 9-4 two-spade flop. I was trying to wonder there if I seen Didier says the same. The king jack suited fold into hijack without any action. I think that's far too tight. I honestly didn't commentate there for a second because I don't know whether I'd missed something. Didier has his Monday sorted out. He's at home for 2 hours, got a coaching call, and then out for dinner. I like it. Without any action, king jack suited going to be way too tight of a fold, especially in the hijack. And such an amazing structure, by the way. So much playability in this one. You're going to see a lot of dropouts. But normally on a Monday, we start with 24 players remaining. So you're getting a very, very long day of poker / night. A bumper edition. There's a name like no other. Jay Wisello, Johan the main man, says, let's play poker, subscribing at tier 1 for 31 months. Welcome back, sir. Hope you had a really nice holiday and glad to have you with us in the chat. Johan says, yes, Dan, Bonaire was a great holiday with all my kids, partners, and grandchild. And is your grandchild okay? I know he had a viral infection. Sending all well wishes. Today will be the final day. It is going to be a very long day. Record-breaking field means record-breaking streams. I think our record is nearly 16 hours. We could be in for something similar like that today, especially when people are going to be holding on to their chips as tight as they can in an event like this with the opportunity to play for €200,000. We've got action here because Andre with ace-king offsuit. Didier says probably going to be finished around 4 to 5 in the morning. Yes, well, that's what time we finished last night, but granted, we only started at 7. So we have a 6-hour start here this time, really earlier. But having said that, we have so many runners, so used to coming back with 3 tables on the Monday. So yes, a pot of coffee shall be brewed. Nine 4 deuce is the flop. Antonio. Very unlucky here, by the way, to run into such a monster blind v blind. And Andre Simeon, golden opportunity to win a massive pot, and he does do just that. We lose Antonio Sardone in 70th place. 69 players remaining now, and one more elimination closer to this final table. 60 players to go. Jam ace 10 suited, says Didier. I think 20 bigs there, re-jamming just seems like the best play. Going to take down the pot a lot of the time. I see on GG though, they're very happy to just call in position with quite strong hands. While I have you there, Didier, I don't know how much you play on GG, but goddamn, I've been having some swingy times playing them hypers. I know you should only be playing them once, the 5s, the 10s, the 20s, and obviously I play the 50s on a Sunday, but find it so hard to not hop in around 30 minutes into the game, and then very easy to just re-enter. I've been told the go-to strategy is to just pretty much max late reg. I don't know though. I don't like having 10 bigs, it's fine. But if I'm only going to play it once, or maybe re-enter once, I kind of want to have fun with it. But we're here to make money, not have fun. You can have a bit of both, but the variance is just crazy, I guess, is what I'm trying to say in a nutshell. Found myself playing a lot of late night hypers. Love the 5ers, of course. Fun is for fish. I presume that's fish. Maybe it was something else. Oh, brilliant. Andre taking that one down. Players looking very happy today, and why wouldn't they be? Getting through this field is like playing a Sunday Million, really, online. Back in the day, would have a similar amount of entries. Maybe it does now, although a bit of a different format. Johan wants to know about the chips. Pretty similar. You've got the orange chips as 5k. You've got the green chips as 25k. You've got the white chips as 100k. And the pink chips are now in play. They are 500k a pop. K-pop. Andre Simeon going to bet 250k. Nick Golai, going to call with the King 8. We arrive on the river here with almost 1.2 million in the pot. And Nicola Mihai calling on the turn there. Oh, sorry, it was Andre that called. That 9 rolling off is a good card for Andre to turn his hand into a bluff now. He's got clubs. He's got a straight blocker there with the queen as well. Would have to be queen 10, obviously. Mihai turning his hand into a bluff. That will get a jack to fold some of the time, I would imagine. I didn't expect to see Mihai fire that river. That hand seems a bit topsy-turvy. Maybe you can let me know in the chat. Yeah, Faint B says this don't feel like a standard call. He must have a read. I'm intrigued now. I feel like I missed something in that hand. We're after seeing another tight fold. I don't know how tight that is, Svein B, 7-6 suited. But we did see King Jack suited just get folded hijack, so therefore it doesn't surprise me to see 7 high go into the bin, albeit suited. So we've seen King Jack. I'm going to keep writing this down. King Jack suited's gone into the muck. 6-7 suited's gone in the muck, both from the hijack. Actually, that was the cutoff. So the cutoff and the hijack. You're going to see a lot of tight play. And I like what the Nightbot's saying there. These are mostly amateur players sitting on a TV table for the first time and playing for the biggest cash in their whole life. If you want to watch pro players playing the same ridiculous buy-ins, mostly staked over and over again, there are lots of replays everywhere. I don't think you're too aggressive, Feint B. I think that's a fine open if you've got the chips to do it with. Obviously depends on your opposition and who's behind you, etc. Doctor says, you're welcome for the snarky bit of that command. Well, if it's snarky, it came from you, Apocalypse. This wasn't targeting any particular brand or company. GG to all the players who are already busted, by the way. Oh, I see what you did there. I like it. Slajo says, also to add to the Nightbot, the whole stream is proof that poker is not dead, not even close. Rejoice and enjoy a more realistic game. You, sir, get a gold star. And that looks like a big boy raise. Basically all in goes Nikolai Mihai. I like how this guy plays. And for my money, I would say he's one of the bigger names left in this field. We did get whispers in the wind that you've got the likes of Mikhail Mrakesh still in the field. Lucky Lack, of course. The King's Beast. Feast on the Beast. We see another spot from the hijack here with just an ace deuce off suit. Be more inclined to also let this one go. Mihai shoving from the cutoff here, essentially, knowing the shorter stacks are behind him. Francesco in the big here with King 5 off suit. So Mihai gets that one through as well. So people might ask, oh, why is he shoving the Queen 9? The stacks behind him seem to be 10 bigs or less, or in or around that area. He's just going to find that shove all day, put maximum amount of pressure on his opponents in the blinds. Zui Ding with 95 bigs is your tournament chip leader here at the feature table. Polsito with 59 bigs, Andre with 56, Fikaka with 50, Nikolai Mihai with 41, Francesco Russo with 7, and Yoel with 7 bigs with a lot of work to do. Blinds are just about to go up, 60, 120, 120. I will be back in just a moment. Lots more action to come. We could be live for anything up to 15, 16, 17, 18 hours today. You've been warned. You wanted action, but you're getting all the action you could ask for today. 66 players remaining. I'll be back in just 2 minutes. Alrighty, folks. Papa's back with a brand new coffee. Really, really nice weather in Ireland today. Best day of weather all year, I would imagine, so far. Looks like the Dutchies are having a busy day. First exercise, then vacuuming, then to the pedicure, and tonight bridge. Didier, there's a few things on as well. Good man, the lads. Get your week started off correctly. James House says, now enjoy Action Man Dan's report. Yeah, if this all goes tits up, I could be a weatherman maybe. A news reporter. Just had to shut in all the windows there as well because many a man is out with their lawnmowers and their strimmers in the gardens today. Could be some females. I can't say for sure. Garden work is being done and it's quite loud. I want to give a big shout out to Alan F. Poker's poker channel, by the way, at the moment. It's booming. He's after getting signed with WPT Global as an ambassador. So big shout out to him. He's got some excellent new videos. Brand new one come out less than 24 hours ago saying you won't believe these bluffs. Top 10 hands of the week. I really like that format. I'd actually love to do a top 10 hands of the week for Kings at some point. Well, shoving all in for 7 big blinds, ace 10 offsuit. Now, you see the Shire players left in this event that can't really get anything going or are waiting it out. They are going to feel the pressure of those blinds and antes coming around fast. That's also something to bear in mind. Quick and Concurrent says I always bluff on poker, so it could be me. Didier says, run good like Dan, so you don't need to bluff. Could you give me some hyper coaching, perhaps? Because anyone, give me a few top tips. I know I'm going to get a load of smart answers, but for the day that's in it, King Queen 6 is the flop. Mihai calling, not liking that he's way behind. Joel, pole position here now to double up. And it's a really nice chunky double up for him. 16 bigs now. The next time we see Fikaka open into 250 on the button. Mihai going to call from the small with a connected Jack 9 of clubs. 64 players remaining now. Flop is 8-3 deuce. Flop going check, check, turn. Mihai checking again. Master reader of the game, by the way. Really like this Mihai guy. Excited to have him at the feature. Didier says, best tip for hyper, play as much as you can. Variance will be nice eventually. Didier says, bless you, bless you. Yeah, couldn't mute me mic in time for that one, Didier. Had a coffee in one hand, turn me head. Gesundheit, thank you very much. Jonas Gross in the hijack, shoving 11 big, standard stuff. Now, if Yoel had heaps of chips, this would be a call with the Jack 10 suited in the big blind, but because it affects his tournament so much, he is going to let it go. If I had something around 40 bigs there for the 11 big blinds, I would be calling. Maybe some of you in the chat would just fold anyway. I think for about 20 to 25% of my stack, it's a great hand to call. Any more than that, I'm just going to start letting it go. More chips I have, the more likely I am to call. Jack 10 suited, just going to play so well. We see Francesco shoving for 6 bigs. Just blind v blind action, standard stuff. Joel with pocket nines. Off to the races, boys. 1.5 million in the pot. 8-4 deuce is the flop. Joel way out in the lead now. 3-1 favorite as we hit the turn. Francesco needing an ace or a queen. And needs one fast. Turn is the jack of diamonds. Didier is expecting a Barry on the river. Is there to be a Barry on the river or a Lady of the Night in the afternoon? Or are we going to lose another Italiano? It is the King of Kings eliminating Francesco Russo in 64th place. 63 players remaining now. Arrivederci. Arrivederci. Maybe if there's an Italiano in the chat that can tell me how bad my pronunciation is. Arrivederci. Okay, we're getting Didier says, I bluffed him. You're no Italiano. Holy moly, big jumps. Yeah, yous are all breaking terms of service here. Speaking in languages that aren't English. No need to be Italian to tell you. Au revoir of wider cyan Toodle Pip. Of Wiener Schnitzel. Well, every day is a learning day. Class is in session. I like this Klutz. Klutzak. Am I probably saying that arseways as well? Klutzak. Maybe that's how we're going to get through a 17-hour stream. You're going to have to give me the word of the hour. And I'm going to have to say it every 6 minutes. Every 3 hands, maybe. Until I get it right. It's going to be a fun day. We do see the aces from the big blind. Rejamming for 13. Fikaka taking that one away. Sorry, the ace is taking that one away from the ace-5 of Fikaka. Actually, can I talk about that for a moment? I suppose I can as the commentator. The ace-5 offsuit, very wide open. I think Didier is correctly saying that as well. King-Jack suited in the hijack, goes into the muck, but then opens the ace-5. It could be dependent on who is in the blinds, why he didn't open that King-Jack suited, or perhaps more likely it's just cognitive dissonance. It's a random hand player. Jonas Chris says Farvel. Not sure what that means. You all have to go do 10 push-ups at the break, maybe even 20. 25. Do 10, 7, 5 and 3 for your pennants, lads. And we see action. And this is going to be a bit of a test here for Mihai. 16 bigs with ace-queen offsuit. Sometimes you're going to have to call here, but it was under the gun against the small. Ace-queen might have to fold here. This is a very tough spot. I would be more inclined to call like 10, 11, 12 bigs. 16 might be a bit of a stretch against the overall rejamming range of Jonas, considering Mihai is opening into a full table. And he's talking to his opponent, leaning back. He looks quite confident here. Not sure what you do in the chat, but I don't think that Jonas is going to be doing this with ace-jack or ace-10 suited. And if you think he's not going to be doing that with those hands, then clearly you probably don't want to flip for 16 bigs in this exact spot. You're going to be up against ace-king a good percentage of the time. Also hands like kings, aces, although we blocked that with the ace-queen. And best case scenario here, a lot of the time you're going to be up against 10s or jacks. I think 9s is just going to call. 7s, 8s, and 9s. Maybe 7s goes into the muck. 8s is borderline. 9s, I think we just call from the small. 10s and jacks rejamming. So if there was ever a spot to fold ace-queen, I think it's right here, right now. Especially when we're not suited. Mihai, knowing that it's not for his tournament and can't afford it, will still be left with 14 bigs. Interesting to get your thoughts on that one in the chat. I used to not be able to fold in these spots because I felt like I was being exploited, but from commentating over the last few years, you see the ace-queen isn't just performing too well in this exact scenario. Does call, gets the bad news. Almost 4.2 million in this pot. Jack 10 deuce is the flop. Queen on the river, giving Jonas the nuts. The nuts straight anyway. Unlucky for Mihai there. I just feel like it's a tad too much chips to be calling off in that exact scenario under the gun against the small. Some good comments coming in there from Didier. Tens. It's a tens plus sort of a situation that shoves from the small blind. I agree. On the 5, ace, 8, 3, 9 board here, me high. Just a queen. High. Mihai correctly understanding that he got a straight blocker. He can't win a showdown here with just queen high, so he's going to have to turn his hand into bluff. And if he does, I would rather see him go on the larger side here, around 400, 420. I say the larger side, but I just mean about 2/3 pot. 445. Good man, Mihai. Now, on the flip side of that, Andre, two Romanians battling here. Can he call with just an 8? There's busted spades. There's busted clubs. And the answer is he can correctly put it together. He believes he's going to be ahead enough of the time to make this a profitable call. Does do just that. Wins himself a nice spot against Mihai. And Mihai attempting a bluff there, but it has proved to be quite costly. He finds himself now under 1 million chips with a lot of work to do. $94 bigs for Ding. Andre with 60, Pulsito with 59, Fikaka with 50, Jonas with 35, Yoel with 21, and Nikolai Mihai finds himself by a landslide the shortest stack at this feature. Still playing 8 bigs and always dangerous if he gets a double. Jack 10 suited opening up from under the gun. Feel like this is going to be somewhere around Yoel's bottom into a full table off this stack depth, but I think you still want to slide in hands like Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited. I prefer to open the Jack 10 suited than the Queen 10 suited for more playability. Could just let it go if you want. I just think these combos play pretty sexy when the blinds come along for the ride. We want to have raised folding range, and if we're only opening the very top of our hands, very easy to play against. Nice flop from Pulsito, just with a 4. Yoel bets again, and that's going to be the end of that. A few comments coming in there. He's talking about going to Bratislava. Didier says, maybe I need to bluff my employees more. Very good. Didier says, I open ace 10 suited, king jack suited under the gun. Am I in it? I don't know. Live, I think you're going to get more credit. It depends who's in the blinds. I'm a sucker for just opening jack 10 suited there, but I understand what you're saying. Magnitude of this moment, 56 players remaining now. Such a huge tourney. Doctor says have to see if there's anything in Croatia at the end of the month. I don't think you'll be going to Croatia to really play poker. It's more of a beautiful place to see. Mihai shoving from the button, gets it through. Now playing close to 10 bigs again. Plenty of other places to play poker other than Croatia, buddy. Lydia says go visit some Game of Thrones places in Croatia. Yeah. Some of that stuff looks beautiful. Fikaka min raising here as the blinds have just gone up 80, 160, 160. Some of Game of Thrones was filmed in Northern Ireland, by the way, for sure, up near the Giants Causeway, but it was also filmed in Croatia. Alrighty, folks, I'm back. Hope you can hear me loud and clear. Seems to have been some form of a connectivity issue there. Phone line went down. I don't really know. I have a backup internet, but it wasn't showing up. I'm on the backup internet now. Not what we would hope for on such a big day. Sometimes things are out of my control. And Apocalypse says, welcome back, mate. Welcome back. Almost 50 players remaining now. I don't know if one of those aforementioned gardeners out there, Strimman and lawn mowing, etc., have hit one of the lines. And I hope that's the end of it for now. Mihai shoving over the top here. Fikaka just limping, it seems. Fikaka also sounding like a soccer player. Should have been a lot of names last night that sounded like soccer players. Mihai taking that one down. So Mihai taking that one down, now finds himself in the small blind. €2,420 is the current payout. And with the blinds at 80, 160, 160 still. Average stack of almost 6 million. Not too far away from 40 bigs. Bukaka now with 9s in the cutoff. Just takes that one down. Nice to see nearly 300 of you tuning in on YouTube alone. On this Monday afternoon. And an extra 150 nearly on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Stratos is in the house. Just what we need, a Stratos to brighten up my day. Lovely to have you with us, Stratos. Says, hope you have all been doing well. I've been lurking on the weekends, being busy, so not talking. Oh, there's many a ghost and a lurk out there. They must have known that Stratos was about to enter the channel. They played Meatloaf for him and all. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Stratos has been playing a lot of free rolls and penny poker tournaments online. Mal Gadsby in the house. What's up, Mal Gadsby? You join us for a record breaker of an event. Amazing numbers in this one. We see Mihai now under the gun +2. 13 bigs. 2 million and change. Does he want to just rip? 50 players remaining. You get behind ripping 13 or less here. If I 15, 16, 17, you want to start min raising. Ding. In the small blind here with 4s. Wants to be letting this one go. That's not a good fold though. Gonna call with 4s. I think this is far too loose. I think that's going to be like a 6s or a 7s type of a situation. There's 4.2 million of a coin flip here, however. Mihai with ace queen, ding with pocket 4s. Mihai likes that. Ding, just overexerting himself with this call. It's not even sub 10 bigs. Call 7 or 8 bigs there, maybe. Any more than that is a serious stretch. Like Real Rusty said, call before is praying. It's a flip. That's your best, absolute best outcome, and you're flipping for your tournament life. Shadow says those are some nice looking payouts. Some of the best payouts in all of the land for a €250 buy-in. We can see it starting to even out the feature here. Ding with 55 bigs, Fikaka with 47, Christian Inaki, new player at the table with 41, Pulsito with 34, Nikolai Mihai with 27, Jonas with 26, and Andre with 21, Yoel with 18 bigs. Still totally fine, even though he has the shortest stack at this feature. That's how they're looking, folks, with 50 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €2,420. Stratus looks like he's working on his next holiday to Vietnam, somewhere around that area. Ooh, $2,500 of a round trip. Sounds nice for 15 days. Vietnam, Cambodia, and Singapore sounds like a good combination. Critical with a very good point there. Mihai from fumes to piles. Yeah, he does have 27 bigs now. Strauss says we're talking a few days ago making Thailand the home base every year. Go there and then another country this year, Thai and Vietnam. I already mentioned Thai and Singapore for the next trip. Very nice. Picking up the action here on the turn on the 4-4-9 king board. Mihai with the best of it again. All these small pots going to add up. Every chip mattering at this late stage with under 50 players remaining now. We see a bet of 550k here from Yoel. Jonas is going to take a very unconventional line here and raise to 1.15 million with the ace queen. Perhaps he has a read. Wasn't expecting to see a raise there. You're in a lot of trouble if you get called. Yoel only having 13 bigs behind. I don't know how much he's committing himself there. It's probably only going to be 1 million more after making it 1.1 million. Fikaka raises to 350 there with the king queen. Yeah, I was still trying to think and mull over that last hand on the 8-9-8. When we have a queen there, we block some of the straight draws we would want our opponent to have. It worked for him on this occasion, but he needs to be careful of raising there with the ace-queen. I suppose if he thinks he has the best hand, wants to put a stop to it right here, right now. Critical says, when Yoel raises pre, I don't think Jonas puts him on an 8 or a 9 from early position. And yes, Yoel is getting tricky. Therefore, he's going to get him to fold a lot of hands that would contain an 8 or a 9. I understand what you're saying, but there is still a lot of draws out there. There's also all the overpairs to consider. Granted that we block aces and queens, you can still have kings, 10s, and jacks at some capacity, especially when he raises from early position off that stack depth. Strata says, sorry, chat. I know we aren't talking poker more, just us catching up. Look, this is going to be about 15, 16, 17, maybe an 18-hour stream, Stratus, so you can talk about anything you want, really, within reason, of course. Plenty of times you talk loads about poker. If you want to mention your holidays, you go right ahead, buddy. I don't think Apocalypse has done the word of the day yet, no. Always an interesting segment around here. Fikaka raises to 350. Polsito with the Jack 10 offsuit now into decision. Critical saying, I guess with Jonas holding the ace queen there, he's only really concerned about kings. But his opponent can have 10s or jacks as well, or a combo draw. Polsito gonna bet 700k here. with the full house. Fikaka might feel compelled to call for this price, although the ace of clubs isn't great. I don't think it matters too much because I don't think our opponent, if he had enough flush, is going to bet that river on a double paired board. Maybe he will go for a small sizing. So Pulsito is going to have a lot of strong hands there to contain a jack. Yeah, just got word there that a power line has gone down. So it's just as well I had the backup internet. Hopefully there's no more issues. Everything ran very smooth last night until the early hours of the morning. I wonder what toll that's took on the players, by the way. I haven't mentioned that yet. This is a war of attrition, pure endurance test. They will have played for many, many days on end already. You look at those numbers, 7,558. You're after getting through more than 7,500. Kiddie game is down the street. Jay Sells is the dream of every poker player yet. Going to make this final table from a €250 buy-in. It's not something you're going to forget anytime soon. Poker says, don't even know where the book is now. Stratus says, also I'm starting to try and plan out a trip to Vegas during the World Series. Very nice. Poker says he has the word for the day. Hopefully it's something nice, good, and positive. We are on the cusp of a pay jump, by the way, folks, from €2,420 to €2,935. Christian is just going to complete here in the small blind with the Queen 8 off suit. $35,656 is his total live earnings. Christian takes that one down with a small bet. Jonas not connecting with that board at all on the King Jack 7. Pocket says the word of the day is something that I can't pronounce. Good man yourself. Just dagger eolog. Dagger eolog. Final answer. Imaginary conversation with an old photo of yourself in which you might offer them a word of advice to banish your worries, soak it all in, or shape up before it's too late. Or maybe just ask them if they thought you had done justice to the life they built for you. Whoa. This guy is so deep, he needs a sonar. Very good. I like the meaning behind the word more so than the word itself. Good job, nonetheless. $350 is the raise from Pulsito around to Fikaka in the big blind with 6-5 at diamonds. I think this is going to be a standard enough call. Does flick it in. And we're off to the flop. 45 players still remaining, so one elimination away from the pay jump. Ace 3-3 is the flop. $250 is the bet. Now, in theory, Fikaka actually has a pretty nice hand to check raise with the backdoor diamond, backdoor straight draw. Well, it's fairly unlikely he's just going to raise an ace here, and he should have basically no 3x in his range unless it's ace 3 or maybe king 3 suited. 2-3, 3-4, 3-5 all seem like a bit of a stretch from an under the gun one open. Charlotte says the man in the red shirt just knows that I've yet to see him use his left arm. Is it injured in some way? It could very well be. One of my favourite DJs of all time, Black Coffee. Went to see him in a nightclub in Berlin until the very early hours of the morning, and I tried to put my arm around him at the very end, and I should have done my homework because he was in a horrific motorbike accident, and he's only got one arm. I just thought he was that good of a DJ that he only used one hand. But yes, he is that good of a DJ that he became that famous from one arm. An interesting observation nonetheless. We have a few more hands before the break, and it's going to be just in the nick of the time because I am starving. Should have a assortment of foods ready downstairs. Let's play a game, shall we? Let's see how much food I can eat in 20 minutes. Charlotte says, remember to let the dog out to use the bathroom and to let him back in. The dog is getting great attention the last few days, Charlotte, because the weather has been great. He's been getting extra walks, playing fetch, you name it. We'll be bringing him to the lake now soon. Ricky Lake. So 2 more hands to go, folks, before the first break of the day. We have had a lot of beauty school dropouts, but still a chunky field to get through today and tonight, especially considering it is 1 hour blinds. Travis, it sounds like I'm spoiling him. I'm sure he's loving it. I've been eating loads of meat lately, Travis, so he's getting all the bones. He loves the bones. Like, you give him the bones off a tomahawk steak, and he'll go away and you won't see him for a few hours. And I bring him in at night, and I want to pet him and play with him, but he doesn't care. He just wants a piece of bread. The second I go to the cupboard, he's going crazy for the bread. Joel with the rejam here with the pocket pair, albeit pocket trees. Mihai deciding, does he have to call here for 9.3 bigs total, considering he's already put in over 2 big blinds? This is pretty close. I'm not sure what you do with this one in the chat. Off this stack size, I could go either or between calling and folding. I would call with Queen 9 suited plus I think queen 10 off is just going to be a little bit too good and connected to fold to a sub 10 big blind rejam. Even a year ago, I thought this was super standard. We just don't even talk about it. You have to call. Through some of my GG endeavors, I'm realizing how many players just raise fold to 10 big blind stacks these days. It is 6-5-5. Well, nearly a 2-1 favorite here as we hit the turn. Turn is an 8. 8 outs now for Mihai. Here's the deuce of diamonds. So that's how we're looking here, coming into the last hand before the break. Ding with 55 bigs, Fikaka with 45, Christian with 41, Pulsito with 40, Jonas with 27, Andre with 21, Yoel 20, and Mihai with 20. Strata says, good call in my mind, you have him covered, good connecting cards, and if you knock him out, the pay jump happens. True that. 3 very good reasons there, Stratus. I like it. Very good. Gold star for you. Kaka raising with King 9 suited from the hijack to 350. Queen 7 is going to defend and flops trips. Really nice to flop trips here because your opponent will often have an ace. Kaka betting 250. Don't really like a raise here from Andre. Looks like that's what he's going for. And that's going to be the end of this hand. I hope you are all enjoying the show. Still 45 players remaining. Going to be back in about 20 minutes or so. Lots, and I mean lots more action to come. Things just getting heated up. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to be right back. See you all in a few moments. Looks like I'm going nowhere yet because Fikaka... Okay, that's going to be the end of that now. Bye-bye.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
Like,
right.
oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
But you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
it's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer, he's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs by coming through with a call.
Now,
He's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi
That's clear.
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open. 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king-queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
There it is. He
Arai
shares my thoughts.
induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just
It's
kind of
really-
questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and well, we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre. Right?
Correct. And
So-
the bigger aces also to be
Yeah.
maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And
Well,
check.
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and
Time to get to
enjoy a
work.
deep stack. And Max finds his way to the feature table as ace king of clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velasovich should he get frisky from the button with this ace queen of diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this king queen of hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velasovich in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Al-Ghaid did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetlana, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velocevic had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetlana. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track this career path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
Let's see your stack.
within the framework that
What
works.
you have? Yeah. You, okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000. And by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle,
Well played.
that account name?
Well played.
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah,
You know how he was
yeah.
hating on me. I'll be the anti-cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which
100
I'm
is too much.
soaking
If it
up
was
in the
29,
booth here from
99,
Berkey.
It's ambitious.
No, too much.
It's
The real cabrera.
It's
would
gonna
never play
work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
it's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
Ah, he's a lower.
on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do that.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without process. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw
You folded a queen?
helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again. As he
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, you know, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like
yeah,
Chef,
no,
Chef Boyardee.
exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that because that canned pasta that got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they've put me in some dark times as well. But
Yeah, that's not wrong.
the chef, you know, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that man.
Yeah, you didn't
Meanwhile-
wake up happy either.
No. Sutera,
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
But
heavily Catholic.
it screams ace 9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's
So
actually...
the louds what you do.
No, I don't think there's
Okay,
levels to this. I'm adding levels to something that
well, I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on,
But now when you're Radishi,
stop it.
50%.
does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off. pretty
It's a
well.
K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen King for a swing.
I was gonna say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king, and now you see
You have space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a four-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now
are
look at the
hard to
lips in
play.
turn from Sutera.
Intrigue.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the
They're eating
cats.
the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a Velocevic Open. Ace-5 of clubs. Mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack-10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, you know, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack-10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these two guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. I'll play flats with 6s. 1-6 is busy in Natal's hand, and he will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we could just let go.
A rare four-way affair. And an 8-high
everyone.
flop. Metal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Metal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. This board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently four ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. Note Velocevic does have a wheel gutty, and Radicki just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note, it's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Metal, this might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here in spite of the fact that he's being laid quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Radicki's position bet finds a flat in Arai, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Radicki has arrived here with just one patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to not double delay, but delay here and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. 6s, no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible outcome for Arai.
Alrighty, folks, we are back just in time to see him take down that pot with the aces. Richie in the house. I was eating a very large steak. I was going to leave half of it for later, but there was a bit of gravy there on the side, so didn't want to waste that gravy. $40 bigs for Ding. Pulsito with 32. Christian with 28. Fikaka with 27. Jonas with 26. Andre with 22. The rest getting close to under 20 big blinds. Puck says still 15 hours left, Dan. Can you please stop putting into the chat that there's still 15 hours to go, because I might put my head through a wall. I didn't have any chips. I didn't have any potatoes. I'm on this keto diet for the most part, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't prefer my life with copious amounts of sugars in it. Between crisps, chocolate, even beer getting an honourable mention, Coca-Cola, Chinese's, pizzas, takeaways, you name it. But mainly coffee and chocolate. Orange chips are gone. They done a chip up at the break. Well done, Johan. Did a break. Chip race of the 5Ks. Pink chips are the 500Ks. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Kings Million €250 buy-in, no limit hold'em main event live from the Kings Resort in Rosvedov. I see that the pay jump has been reached. Average stack is 7 million, and it is all to play for. When I mean it's all to play for, €200,000 for the winner. Small blind is 100K. Big blind is 200K with a 200K running. Big blind ante, that's 100, 200, 200. Do see a bet of 350 from Ding on this board on the 7-3-3. And don't worry, Apocalypse, I've got a lot of backup plans here in the food department. Someday I'll go downstairs and my food will be ready at the break, or for the break, or for when I need it, but usually not to be. I've got turkey in the oven, loads of veg, and 1 or 2 potatoes, perhaps. Someone open a can of cheddar Pringles chips. No, we can't do that. No comment. Although, don't mind you commenting into the chat for the next 15 hours if that's what you want to do. With 42 players remaining now. Looks like we have the same lineup at this feature, by the way. Nothing has changed, or nothing that I can see anyway. Last player that joined this table was Andre Simeon. That's quite... Oh, no, Christian Inaki, actually. Enoch. Bird says he only eats the extra spicy Pringles. As a crisp connoisseur, I do love a spicy one. Don't really eat crisps anymore. I'm still obsessed with chocolate, but I've cut back on it maybe 70 to 80%. I only have a few bites in the morning after eating a bit of fruit, and I've moved over to dark chocolate. Dark chocolate is my buzz now. I like the salted caramel, the cocoa, as dark as you can, 75, 85%, even 90. So much better for you. Johan says there's a redraw 24. It's weird that you say that, Johan, because it's normally how we're starting our day here on a Monday. This tournament's really going to sort out the men from the boys. Or the ladies. Could be some ladies left in the field. Always love seeing the ladies do well in this game. Mihai putting ace king in a difficult spot here. The 4 hearts out there, taking that one away from his opponent. Fold all the way around to the hijack for Jonas. I've mentioned this several times already, but I'm going to say it again. You're going to see a lot of players in this field just playing very honest poker, trying to get closer and closer to the final table. They've battled for many days on end. Obviously, the pros, the cream's going to rise to the top. So you're just going to see a lot of raise and take it, just honest poker, not as much bluffing. And I'll say that, and then I'll be totally corrected by some crazy play. Actually, didn't get to mention that last hand before the break. I don't really know why he's coming back with another raise on the ace-7-7 with the king-9 of clubs. Doesn't need to do that. He's repping very, very thin. It's very difficult, actually, to think of any hands that would just 3-bet that flop, because we don't really have much 7x in our range where our big-blinded opponent can have all the 7x. Me and Rusty said it's the final day. WTF, this will go on till 6 a.m. Yeah, who are you telling? Looks like that's what's about to happen here, Ian Rusty. Mihai going to show the best hand, and he's rebounded really nicely. He is up to 5.5 million now. Apocalypse with an interesting observation. If it goes until 6 a.m. tomorrow, does that make tomorrow the final day? Technically. I could cook a second steak, but I have turkey legs as a backup plan. Plenty of fruit, veg, salad if I really need it. But who the hell wants to be eating salad at 4 in the morning? As a rule, I try to never drink coffee past 3 p.m. anymore, and I have a feeling that rule is going to get broken tonight. Or says, I mean, in Australia it's already tomorrow, but then for them that would be today, while we in Europe are stuck in yesterday. So what day is it really? The day before tomorrow. Australia is in the future, and perhaps it's never really today. You guys have too much time on your hands. Methinks. Excuse the pun. Actually, no pun excusage needed. Jonas Sunner to go in with pocket nines, 22 bigs, makes it 450 to go. You ask the hard-hitting questions, you get the hard-hitting answers. Round a ding in the small blind. Apocalypse, I'm not reading all of that out. Maybe today is actually 3 days in one. By the time we've crowned a champion tonight, /morning, it will feel like 3 days in one. 1.1 million is the bet from Ding. Like this bluff from Ding on the turn, Jonas going to be struggling to continue. Does have a 10, of course. Really interesting river coming off. Does Ding want to keep firing to try and make a 10? I think a 5 would have folded by now. Ding is going to get that job done there. Really nice bluff by the Ding. He will have flushes there. He will have straights there. Wasn't sure how big of a bet he was going to go for there on the river, but he did get the job done. It's a really nice play there by Ding. I was saying earlier, he impressed me very much so yesterday. He's up over the 10 million. And he will be one of the more experienced players, having won a bracelet last year. Granted, it was only for 35k. He would be getting through a difficult field. As Johan says, dinner break and bridge for me. See you all at midnight. Walker says that's why we're always so tired, because we live 3 days in one. DC Ding putting these chips to work, betting 350 on the queen, 3 deuce. So Andre raises to 450 with the ace king. Really like the way Ding is playing. He's getting the job done fast, accumulating chips. So now we see Jonas in the hijack here with King Jack. King Jack in the hijack. Richie asks, how did the Dutch do yesterday? I can't pronounce that name. I presume you mean Jan. If you did mean Jan, he was doing all right coming into today, but I don't have any information about anything other than the feature table itself. So it says I googled my real name for poker search results. Looks like there aren't many great matches. Brilliant. I'll pretend if you Google my name that no cool searches will come up as well. That way nobody has to know anything. Pocket says this is a public service announcement. The chat you are now entering. Well, I feel like I should be doing this in an accent. The chat you are now entering will absolutely mock you for any ridiculous beliefs. No, that's not going to work for me. You have and will not be held accountable should you be offended by any jokes made. These beliefs include... Sounds like a public service announcement at the start of an Eminem album. Those beliefs include flat earth, crop circles, fake moon landings, and the idea that Taylor Swift is a great artist. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Who took the jam out of your donut, mate? Mihai staying active in the cutoff. A lot of players might just fold this one. King 7 off suit, not a great open here. Prefer if we are suited. Mihai knows once he gets through ding, the blinds have to play pretty honestly. And Ding's been winning every other pot, and Ding's going to keep taking Mihai's opens. So therefore, you're going to see him open with the King 7 off suit in that exact situation. Stratus says Taylor Swift fans will bombard the King's Poker protest emails. Yeah, I'm sure they will. Write a song about how bad of a person Apocalypse is. Oh, God. You can easily shake it off. Very good. Very good, very nice. Yoel. 11 bigs. Shoves from the cutoff, and Christian is going to call from the big blind. Well, will be eliminated there with the ace-6. Not much you can do there, I don't think. He is up and away. Mihai's going to raise to 425 with the jacks. Buck says, Dan absolutely horrified at the state of my jokes today, thinking to himself, I knew you were trouble. Hells yeah. Stratus stands crying that all my comments are falling flat. Was I was laughing at your last comment. If you really want to do some comments today, Stratus, you can take over here for me for the final table if you want. Stratus says, by the time we get to a final table today, I will be at home asleep. Another one bites the dust for Ding. You see, he's gone from 10 million to 12 million, just scooping the booty, taking down these blinds and antes. So 39 players remaining now, meaning we are 30 eliminations away from the final table. Oh, there he is, says Richie. Seat 2. The Wanderer has returned. 5.1 million for Jan Niemeyer. Niemeyer. You can tell me how bad or how good of a pronunciation that was, Richie. No problem. 450 is the raise from Ding. No problem, I forgive you, because it's hard to pronounce his name for an Irish guy. Ace 5 of hearts going to take that one down. Marco says time to sort out dinner, and it isn't lobster today. Shot you after. Strauss says, just checking, the Thailand money is still in my account now. Just need to decide what day we will leave and we will buy the tickets. Good stuff. Phoenix is at this table as well. I think we've seen this guy once or twice before. Or perhaps it was Felix. Yeah, no, wrong name. Mihai getting 3-bet from the small blind here with ace-10 offsuit. Does he reckon we will see him make a disciplined laydown against an unknown or relatively unknown new player at the table with 65 bigs? Jonas all in for 1.4 million. Andre just decides to call, it looks like, from the big blind against an undergun +2. 7 bigs total, 6 big blinds more. I think this is just going to be 1 or 2 big blinds too many for my liking. Having said that, he does have his big blind invested and his big blind ante, and he can afford it. Still think against Jonas's overall range, you could call Jack 9 suited maybe, but Jack 9 offsuit wants to be going in the bin. In the bin, boy. Jonas does get there and will sit back down. Still 39 players remaining now, 30 eliminations away from the final table. Phoenix raising from the cutoff. Ding calling from the big. This smashes Ding's big blind perceived defending range more so than the opening range of Phoenix. Phoenix is going to bet this one. And when he bets, Ding might just let this go because this is meant to be Ding's board. Phoenix just got moved here and he's got all the chips. And there you have it. Ding not 3-betting pre there, by the way, not wanting to get into a large entanglement with Phoenix in a bloated pot out of position. Ten, 10, 9 is the flop here. Blind v blind action. Ding with an open ender, but he's got the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. Christian with the best hand at his king, 4 of hearts. 37 players remaining now, and the average stack almost 42 big blinds. Going to bet 300k now, and he's got a pair of 7s, Christian. Going to know he's going to have the best hand here a decent portion of the time, but he also going to struggle to get to showdown, and that's why you're going to see him reaching for chips. Don't really get this. I don't know what he's trying to say he has here. Very hard for him to play a 10 this way. Don't really see a 9 raising. Although maybe some of the time. If you really break this down, it seems like Christian could have a combo draw that contains spades. But other than that, I think he's going to be bluffing the majority of the time. Pretty good river there for Ding. Now has the straight. And Christian is going to get his opponent to try fold a 7, maybe a 9. I just don't know how many 8x combos would raise here on the turn. It's easy for me to say when I can see the cards, but Christian just not telling an accurate enough story for my liking. Thing, of course, calling. We'll lose to some full houses, by the way, like a 10-9 hand, 10-7, maybe 10-6, a hand that has 10x that wants to get external value on the turn, that now wants to get paid on the river. Either way, Ding wins a nice pot, is now playing nearly 15 million in chips, but is still second on the leaderboards to Phoenix, who's playing 54 bigs. Mihai with 16. Look how even they are in the middle of the pack. 16, 16, 16, 15, and 11 and 10. But any double up there puts them right back up there as top 3 contender on this leaderboard. A lot of nice action taking place. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Kings Million final day, /night/morning. 36 players remaining now. Blinds have just gone up, so Christian now completing in the small blind with Queen 10 off suit. I would actually prefer for him just to rip the Queen 10. Sixes would have been calling, I'd imagine. Andre Simeon going to shove his last 11 big blinds into hijack with King Queen of Diamonds. Fikaka is going to be calling. I would assume for 11 big blinds here. Looks like he doesn't like it at all. Gets a hijack. Shoving range. 8s is going to be printing. Wants to be calling this one. Perhaps there's a pay jump to worry about. There is indeed, from €2,935 to €3,605. That explains the tank, I would imagine. Having said that, it is for nearly all of his chips. EPLO Tricks says that's a slow roll. It would be a slow roll if there wasn't over €500 in the difference between 36th and 35th place. Marv D. Ben is in the house as well. What's up, lads? He covers, he does cover, but marginally he wants someone to bust. I agree with what you're saying. Here we go. Big dirty flip for the lads, for both players involved. Big moment. 7.25 million in the middle. Getting close to 25 big blind flip. Fikaka 60-40 almost. 6-4 deuce is the flop. Not much in it for Simeone. We might be about to lose this guy. Turn is a 3. River is a 9. We do lose another player. EPLO Trick says he has nearly 4 big blinds. He can play one full round. Yeah, I understand. He just, maybe he was thinking about folding. He didn't like it. Look, it's easy for us to say. We can clearly see he has to call. Trick says he's dominating so many shoves like ace-5 suited, etc., 6s and 7s, and most of overpairs, maybe even min-raise pre. Yeah, he has to call, but he knows he's going to be flipping the majority of the time. A lot of players, when they've gone through a field of this size, they don't really want to flip. That's going to be a common theme you're going to see over the next 12 hours or so. Ace rolling off on the turn here. Fikaka with a lot of equity on the flop on the deuce 7-8. Turn changes things. Mihai. Blind v blind battle. We don't see him rejam pre, by the way. Just wants to take it to the streets. We'll see a bet of 750 and a call. River is the jack of clubs. Fikaka might try to get a 7 or an 8 to fold now. He does check the most feeble of checks. Didn't even know if it was a check. Don't think his hands even touched the felt. What's he doing? He has checked. Mihai will check back. Would you give up there, Tricks? Try get the showdown with King High? Or do you find another barrel in the chamber? And we don't see a value bet either. I think he just has to give up with the King 5. Maybe occasionally win a showdown, although it's highly unlikely. Would have liked to see the small value bet from the Ace 3. Trick says he would have raised the turn with the Ace 3 there versus him. Yeah, because your opponent never has an ace. Could just jam. Mihai's pretty good though. He's quite risk adverse. He's going to try play all these small pots as much as he can. He's going to be more superior with 10, 15 and 20 big blinds than a lot of his opposition tricks, so that's something to bear in mind. He has 427k in tournament live earnings. Certainly not his first rodeo. With 32 players remaining, I would say he's one of the better players left in the field. Phoenix is just going to shove from the small into the big. Jan, 13 big blinds, pocket trees. Would call here sometimes blind v blind, but with ICM and 32 left, probably don't want to put your whole tournament on a pair of trees in this exact spot. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. Fours or fives? I think fives we have to dance. You can let some of these deuces, threes and fours go if you think your opponent's not shoving hands like king deuce suited, king deuce offsuit, queen tree suited, etc, etc. Tomino says hello everyone. Hello. Trick says, yeah, sure, his line makes sense, at least on the river, since he is not expecting him to call anything. Yeah, it's one of those ones, though, you might as well bet because your opponent really doesn't have you beat often enough, and you might get value. Mihai raised to 625 in the cutoff. Jan in the small blind, very rejammable and profitable rejam with the queen jack suited. Puts the pressure back on Mihai for 13 big blinds. And sometimes you might just call here. Trick says 13 big blinds not going with a pocket blind v blind when you have fold equity. I thought the king 9 off just jammed. Looked like a straight up jam, Tricks. I could be wrong. Jan takes it down. He's now playing 5.2 million. Trick says he thought he saw 3.4 big blinds. If you did see 3.4 big blinds, then I would way prefer to rejam with the trees. I thought the reason we weren't seeing trees V-pipping is because there had to have been an all-in. You say taking that one down. Trick says, understandable to fold the trees when being jammed on. Yeah, I'd say I would call 5s plus. I actually would probably fold deuces, 3s, and 4s. Call the cops. Apocalypse is back. The poker police. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Current payout is €3,605. Page on blooming in a couple more spots to €4,480. Quite the difference. Jumps are getting bigger as we get closer to the final table. We will have a redraw when 24 players remain. Blinds are still 150, 300, 300. Jan with the min in the hijack. Trick says ace-8 offsuit fold. Yeah, I think he had to fold there. You're on about against the queen-jack suited or this hand? Trick says both. I actually won't mind seeing a rejam here. Hijack against the big blind. The ace-8 is going to play better as a rejam than a call. Usually, because it has bad playability post-flop. I don't like a fold here. I think we want to be V-pipping. I don't believe my eyes. Henry Matera has subscribed to Tier 1. Thank you so much for your subscription. Ding raises from the cutoff with the ace-6. Stratus says, see Dan, another reason I can't take over commenting is when we get to the final table, Apocalypse will ban you. Ooh. What are you going to do, eh? Hogan says, I'm sure everyone here would be happy if you were the one to take over the commenting. Yeah. I don't think you're allowed, man. It's be too dangerous. Shut the internet down, you would. We've got action. Ertan Yilmaz, a name who we've seen at Kings before. Some big names still in the field here with 31 remaining. And Phoenix raising the 1 mil with the 10s. Ertan just going to call. Quite a large open, by the way. Close to 3.5 times the big blind. 1 million to go. Would prefer to use a sizing closer to 2.5x. Eight, 9, 4 is the flop. 2 hearts. Overpair for Phoenix. And Ertan should be continuing here with the ace of hearts. Backdoor straight draw. Phoenix going to take it down with the 2 10s. I think that's a very big fold there, by the way. Ace Queen. with the ace of hearts. Pretty good flop for our hand. All right, folks. Up here, we will have a problem now with the other internet. Let me put a power line somewhere along the way. If both internets are going. Never rains but it pours. Want the rainbow, you gotta put up with the rain. We got 1.8 million here. Sorry, I missed that last time, guys. I'm gonna have to change the route again. Break. Oh, do I reach? The stack reaching very close to 10 million now. Anyway, on the button, 16 big on the decision. Victor, something is wrong with your voice connection. Yep. Or could be. I'm sitting far away from the mic. Hold on, I will get that. Alrighty, gang, can you hear me now? Loud and clear. It should be after changing the internet again. There will be a redraw when 100 players remain. 100 players, 24 players remain. And 100. We're going on a break. How's that sounding now? Now, that should not be distant sounding. I've changed the settings. It's the fifth time today. Hopefully that has sorted the issue. And the world will keep on spinning. One is the thing on the button. Thing raises to 700k here with the ace jack off suit. Down. See someone asking, do I think they will chip up one more time before the final table? I'd say you will have the 1 million chips in play. And recently enough, we had a 5 million chip in play. Don't forget that. Ding raising off over 15 million to start the hand. Christian Tree betting to 1.525 mil in the hijack. See, this is fine. We can get behind this from time to time, and this looks really strong. But we just don't have the chips to be doing this with. I prefer to do this with like ace-5 suited from the button or something. Just risky business. I would rather conserve chips in a tournament like this against the chip leader. Opening from under the gun +1. Chip leader at this table. Just show the ace-king. Perhaps Christian should just keep those 5 big blinds on that exact scenario. Mihai in the cutoff here with King 10 off suit. Burton in the big blind with ace-6 off suit against Mihai's cut-off opening range with the King 10 off suit on this occasion. 27 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,480. Things are heating up now as we get closer and closer to a final table. Mihai betting 600k here, and Ertan is going to be forced to let it go on the Queen 3 deuce. 2 club flop. This will be the last hand before the break. Ding. I think Ding takes, or they decided to, they agreed to check it down. I don't know what happened there. They do chop it up. We are going on a break. Hope you're enjoying the show. Lots more action to come. There's the leaderboard. We'll be back in side of 15. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. See you all in a few moments.
He's very aggressive. He likes to squeeze when you see a couple of balls. He likes to do that. Sometimes we wake up with a hand. This direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. I think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in.
Tough river.
I saw you.
Set of
in Bahamas.
nines for the German.
5-6 now.
Yeah,
10
Germany
years ago.
versus Germany
All
here
in,
as
all in,
Wintersberger
all
has the
in.
flush draw.
Like online.
It works, as long as it works.
Online easier.
Yeah.
Tournament. Second bullet, third bullet.
10 bullets. 100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the two-pair type of holdings,
What was
right?
your first trip to Bahamas?
Clean river for the nines.
3 of
And you
diamonds.
played like we heard about before. Hyper aggressive.
much now?
You're hoping to be up against 2 pair. Overbet turn. Would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just right so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was here already. Thank you.
I don't know. You are the professional.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
No respect. Unbelievable. American under the
Suarez
gun.
calls 8-5.
No, American under the gun. Well, you have these others too. I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control, remain under repped, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
What's it called?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh. Or
Whoa.
just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. Having the 5 of diamonds in his hand, feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through. I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that. Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
Vidal with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop, this type of texture, calls you on the flop, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace X of hearts? Can't be ace queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace jack, ace king. Seems like ace king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time. Nice hand. Thank you.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or stakes. So you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nicky P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
Correct. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm going to raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My, oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fold for a while, then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, it's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia. You can't
Some
punch.
guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
That line is not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
Solver is still fold 10 on the river. But I still call, you know? Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with queen jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Whoa. Now we're playing
with
poker.
the ace king.
Let's see if I have a heart, I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
Have a best hand.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. 200, 400, 400 now. 200k small blind, 400k big blind with a 400k running big blind only. Bird says he's back. He's back here as well. The only one here with a regular job. So aces for Mihai, raises to 850. Christian is going to call from the big. Nine, 9, 8 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Christian bet 750k here on the turn, designed to get his opponent to fold out some equity. Little does he know, Mihai sitting there with a monster and is going to raise right here, right now, becoming a scary board. Mihai would be happy to take that one down. He's rebounded nicely from being so short stacked earlier. So we do see a raise to 900k from Ding. Ding now playing 19 million, guys, which is phenomenal. Approaching 50 big blinds. We will have a redraw as soon as we hit 24 players. will give me a chance to eat the third portion of my dinner. I'm going to do a small bit of meditation or breathing. Maybe I'll even fall asleep for 10 minutes. Who knows? The show must go on. 25 players remaining now, so we are actually only one elimination away from the redraw. Christian with less than 4 bigs and queens. I predict an all in. Vikaka will call with 4s for 4 bigs. I actually thought we might just see him shove over the top there, considering he's sub 10 bigs himself. Obviously going to be calling for 4 bigs total. He is desperately unlucky to be up against queens, by the way, for a 4 big blind jam. That's going to put him down to 6 bigs. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. River is the 3 of diamonds, and Christian will double up, and that will not entirely cripple Fikaka because he only had 10 bigs to begin with, but he does lose a considerable portion of his remaining stack, and he is going to be running on empty himself now. Space Pirate says he doesn't look Dutch at all. Lol. Well, you mean you're being sarcastic, I presume. Of course you are. Yes, we had Jan at our table last night until about 5 in the morning. He never really got past 7 million. He done a 4-bet with ace 10 that didn't work, that got him from 6 to 5. Seems to have came to this table with about 5 mil. We see him shoving for his last 11 big blinds here. Oh, of course he looks Dutch, very Dutch. I thought there might have been a second Dutch player. Silly me. And you got to remember, as soon as we have a redraw, we're going to have a new lineup. So Ding will call. This is good. This is a very unlucky situation here for Jan, who never really got going today and had all the chips in the world there yesterday. I remember him winning a 6 million chip pot yesterday, and it was 150 big blinds. There were some comments in the chat, this guy can fold his way to the final table. Well, there you see it. It's only 11 bigs now. Ding does call. Jack 6, 7 is the flop. Turn is the king of diamonds. Wow, what a card there for Jan. A survivor. Unreal. I was just saying it would be nice to see more in this story from Jan, who has a little bit of an experience, but he is less than 100k in tournament live cashes. Gets there. That's got to feel good. You're going home or you're sitting back down with the guts of 25 big blinds. Sit back down, big boy. You ain't going home just yet. Boom goes the dynamite. And unfortunate for Ding, but a lot of things have been going his way so far today. Fikaka is just going to go for it here with 6.2 bigs and 6.5 offsuit. Don't try this at home. Ace 8-4 is the flop. Jan calling in the big, and 5.5 million in this pot. Jan could be going from one hand out the door to having over 10 million, 12.5 million chips. He does do just that. Fikaka getting eliminated. Jan scooping the booty, now playing 32 bigs. What a story it's been for him since we got back after the break. What did he eat for dinner? Speaking of dinner, I'm going to eat the shattered remains of what's left. And I have an extra little snack put away for later. We have reached 24 players remaining, which is usually where we start on a Monday. So we have a full day of school ahead. School around the corner. One of these 24 players remaining is going to become your Kings Million champion to the tune of €200,000. Don't go anywhere. Things are basically just starting. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Sounds like Ginger Fluff here has
Brandon Shields
been accused of maybe tanking a little bit.
does appear to be the case.
4,000.
So you're going to come after me, I'll come after you. 3 bets with the ace-9 suited. Austin Jones Poker in the chat. Poker commentators that don't hardly talk about poker. We can't all be Austin Jones Poker.
Austin Jones Poker. Yeah. Sure, he's a great player.
You put poker in the YouTube username. You're all about it, which I do respect. Love the game.
Love the game, just
But
horrible at it.
you gotta let us just talk about Coyote Ugly once in a while. Oh, ace 8-7 with 2 diamonds.
My.
And these two who are on that collision course.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your traditional fender bender. We're looking at total carnage, potential train wreck. There will be casualties.
The check raised to 10.5K.
You have any diamonds?
Yeah, has a few of them.
Getting nervous.
There's another.
Oh, boy.
The 4 of diamonds on the turn. But Dell's still firing the dream spot for Brandon.
Small bet, 5K into 30. Probing. And now with the nuts.
Shields just calls. River another 4.
I don't blame Bedell for betting here, right? You're targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king types of hands.
Many of which would have 3-bet pre.
Now Shields, what do we do? Got the ace-high flush, paired board. This guy's bet every single street. Are you at all concerned about being up against a house? This is very player dependent. I would hate to leave any value on the table. It almost feels like you have to raise. If he calls, he's just worried about pocket 8s, pocket 7s, right? It's never aces full. And just notoriously tanking the reputation that we heard from Bedell.
Cool.
Just call.
Wow. Bedell's going to be confident after that until he sees this. About a 74K pot goes in Brandon Shields' direction.
I was sure I was ahead.
The pattern reminds me of like a race.
Like the checkered flag.
Yeah. Race to get all the chips.
Well, we're going to get action if everybody keeps getting dealt ace king.
That's true. I mean, maybe everybody just will get dealt ace king.
Is this real?
Apolab has it. Along with Kruger. Apocalypse says, just a shame our regular commentator Dan had to miss this. Thankfully, Dan will be back on comms next week for the IPS main event.
Let's must see the IPS.
Come on.
He's kicking for no what? What is going on here?
We just had ace king versus ace king. Now we have ace king versus ace king versus ace king. How?
Well, if the money goes in, I'm taking Jack 9. A cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff.
Bohem makes the call.
Weird. Nobody flops a pair.
How? Ace king, just a drawing hand. Proof here.
The power of the aggressor in these situations. It's a world, I suppose, in which both players are content to just get the showdown with ace king high. Shields is in a weird spot where you might consider continuing to build a pot for the times you're up against a hand like 2 jacks, 2 nines, trying to force folds.
At 6,300.
While also targeting what could be a shared hand.
$7,300. That is called. Turn is a 4. Thought the ace was coming.
I did not.
Oh.
Nor did I think a king was coming. Last I checked, very few left in the deck. Another player also had ace king and is out. Remains an interesting scenario for Shields. If we bet again, we are absolutely trying to target those middling pairs. The nines, the jacks. This time I'm going to just sort of shut it down.
River 10.
And I don't necessarily think that if he had aces or kings, he would play the hand any different. You start to be a little concerned about pocket tens being present. Of course, now the 10 on the river, much less concerned, only fearful of quads. Oh, look at...
Oh, reaching.
Look at this.
And firing 17,000.
Maybe some recognition from Ibrahim saying, I think we could have the same hand. I'm going to try and force him out. As played, I don't suspect he really has any tens unless it's all 4 of them. We haven't seen much out of him yet. Maybe he could have a hand like Jack-10 suited, 9-10 suited, where he was 3-betting out of the small and then calling the cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff. Well done.
Gets the folds. Nice pickup.
Pocket nines.
Ace queen, ace king.
Forrest Ebolhab.
You'll find out in an hour. Tell me, I'll tell you.
Good fold.
And a nice guy.
strong fold. Big fold, yeah.
The chat loving your nicknames today. One in particular.
Let's just call it like I see it.
Yes, you do.
Literally how I read the names.
That's
That's what
why
it
you're
looks like to me.
one of the top 17 in the business.
Aztec going to raise it up.
No, Ostet.
Three betting King Jack. Look at these
Nines,
hands.
tens, sevens. 4 ways to this flop. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Ostet outflops them all.
Now becomes a huge favorite.
$2,500. 2-5.
Oh, the icon.
Wow, the icon getting sticky with it. Just a couple of
I'm
nines.
not done with the nines.
It's a tough hand to want to continue with. Even when you hit, let's say, the 9 of diamonds, are you really that happy?
Especially when at that point you had 2 other players left to act.
I think he's a feel guy. You know, you
I
just
love it.
won that big pot. You're trying to ride the heater, the momentum. Oh,
How
wow.
about a 9 on the river?
He finds it. I believe in the power of momentum.
That's why we said you have to call there
He's
with nines.
made me a believer, Jeff. And it's the 9 of diamonds, exactly. Undeterred now. How much?
We have.
You see, Nicholas.
Yes, I got
Very
the king
curious.
of diamonds.
Yeah, I have the king of diamonds in my hand. You don't have king 10 with the king of diamonds.
Or you can call.
Oh.
And I will get you a new ginger tea.
Says, I'll show you if you fold.
So what are you trying to say you have? Flush?
No.
Queens?
This one's going to be a hard one to
Guess?
guess. Oh.
No? What can I beat though? Not much. Not much.
You have a
Could
jack,
beat
right?
ace 10.
If you have ace jack, it's a tough decision, man. For
It
you.
is, right?
But you
I
might
love
win.
this.
You might win a cup of tea.
God damn.
Oh, this is incredible. The speech play. Is it going to work for the icon?
Going to talk him into this call.
Could have maybe like ace king, maybe. I beat that.
Yeah, you can beat that, yeah.
Remember pre-flop. The icon called the 3-bet from Ostet.
Ace jack is a good hand, man.
Huh?
It's a good hand, ace jack.
I know.
Now a little too much talking, I think.
1 minute and then I make my mind. Take your time.
Ace king is what he feels he could be up against. Maybe ace queen hunting that value. Otherwise, it's pretty much only ace 10 of diamonds that he's worried about. Remember what Jeff, you just pointed out. He overcalled the 3-bet on the button with the 9s. that range of hands narrows, especially for a player like the icon. It's never going to be 9-8 suited, right? As an example, very rarely.
King, queen.
Does fling in the chips. The icon gets paid off.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after a second break there. We've got a new lineup, 23 players remaining. Hope you're all keeping very well on this Monday evening. We still have Mihai, Walter, Texera. I feel like I know that name from somewhere. And I have to give him a Google on the old goggle box. We still have Ertan Yilmaz, Kuba Spins, Bella, One Time, Pavel, who seems to be making a lot of deep runs. We did see him have a bit of a blow up, it has to be said. Had a lot of chips, went from 0 to 0. I think it was in the Italian poker sport with a few tables remaining. It's been such a wild ride commentating for Kings already in 2025. It's hard to keep up with all the action. Average stack is 13 million. Still well over 30 bigs with a 60-minute clock. 7-9-5 is the flop here. 2 clubs. Top set for Mihai. We'll take that one down with his set, of course. Interesting to see what Pavel does with the chips this time. 17.4 million. Really nice stack. With 22 players remaining now. All players must be running on steam, / adrenaline. A feat of endurance this event is, more so than a lot of the other ones. 7,558 runners. If you're just tuning in, you know the drill by now. You're watching all this action take place live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Pucklup says 9s literally always hit. Yeah, apart from that one time that they didn't. Sounded like he was a movie star or a professional poker player, but he does only have $5,000 in tournament live earnings. So Walter Texera, not a pro as I first thought. Perhaps he is some sort of a cash game sicko. Does happen from time to time, but Says here he is a Hotel Casino Chavez regular. No limit hold'em regular. Maybe that's got to do with cash games. We have Ferdinando D'Alessio. Pavel one time, Bella, Walter, Mihai, Ertan and Kuba. Belgium, Czech Republic, Portugal, South Korea, Romania and Turkey all being represented under one roof. 22 players remaining now. All guaranteed €4,480. Looks like Jan got moved, Vliek. Pavel takes that one down with the King 10 offsuit. There will be another table draw when we hit 16 players remaining. Reek says, okay, nice then to see me then. Sure. Walter takes that one down with the aces. Bella raises to 800k. So with 21 players remaining now, we've got 3 tables of 7. Getting closer and closer to the final table with the opportunity to play for so much money up top. I'm not sure what the strategy should be. If you've got a large stack, you should be putting it to work. A lot of those middling stacks want to avoid these huge confrontations. Shorter stacks can't let the blinds and antes hit them too often without making a move or having a counter strategy. Well, I bet 800k here. On the 5-7 deuce queen, Pavel with the decision in the big blind. Picking up a flush draw. I presume when I say decision, he is torn between raising or just calling. Sometimes we'll see him raise these ones. If he wants to raise, he wants to make it at least 2 million. Goes for 2.2. That's one way of taking this pot down. Or not. Bella might continue here because he's got ace high. The problem is a lot of bad rivers, diamond, club. I'd prefer to just fold. Depends what you put your opponent on. He's going to have a lot of combo draws that decide to check raise the turn instead of leading out. We'll eventually let it go. So Pavel and Fernando, or Ferdinando, He could be on the future table, Vleek, for sure. I would definitely keep an eye out. He had a lovely few hands there. Left us with nearly 15 million. 12 and a half, 13, somewhere around that area. Interesting to see what he does with them at one of the two other outer remaining tables. Isn't that an amazing thing to say, that we are down to the last three tables in this record-breaking field with 7,558 entries. Pay jump looming from €4,480 to €5,600 on the next elimination. We are 5 eliminations away from the redraw. I know we just had one. But at that point, we will go out on another short break and come back with 2 tables of 8. Southside Ronnie is in the house, all the way from Canada. What's up, bro? Bravo makes it 900 to go here on the button. Southside Ronnie goes, my man. Nice to have you with us, Ronnie. Kuba spins with a monster here. 9.4 bigs. I'll be just shoving all day. And the thing is, Pavel is going to have too strong of a hand here to fold for this stack size. Maybe he could fold something like ace deuce, ace 3 or ace 4 offsuit, but the ace 5 suit is going to be too good. More big pairs. Aces for Mihai. Ferdinando D'Alessio. Sounds like something. What was that soccer show that used to be on Eurosport? Golacio. Used to be on late at night. Well, Fernando D'Alessio sounds like someone you would hear on that program. It was Golasso. Okay, thank you. Thanks for correcting me. That's how I learn. 3-bet coming in hot to the tune of 2.8 million. But SEO with a lot of chips. Talked up says James Richardson, one of his best football hosts. Now, Mihai. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, does he have any calls here off this stack depth? Computer would say no. Especially when your opponent 3-bets to 2.8 and you only have 6.65 total. It is 2 million more to call. But if there was ever a hand to call with here against what I presume is an aggro player, we could occasionally call here from time to time. The reason I don't like it is it seems like it's a dead giveaway. Now, Ferdinando wants a count. I don't think he can be calling for 4.65 million more, even though quick maths would say he'd have almost the right price, but he does let it go. Oh, sorry, he hasn't let it go. The graphics were serving me incorrectly. So Ronnie says, I would jam, but I see lots of pros to call here. Yeah, if he made it slightly smaller, I would like calling more. With 11.25 million and just 4.6 to call. The sides he's priced in. But wow. When you really break it down, it's the biggest of stutter steps. Ferdinando should just be putting his hand in the muck. What he's done now is leveled himself into thinking he had to call because he's made such a chunky 3-bet against an under the gun open. It's been compound mistake after compound mistake. And Ferdinando about to lose 8 million in change. 7.4 million to be precise. Jack 7-4 is the flop, 2 clubs. So it does run out. 4 Jack, 7 Deuce, Deuce. Once we 3-bet to that size, it's so easy to level ourselves in. But he's like, well, I've got almost 3 million in, and it's almost 4 million more to call. But when you break it down, it's actually so much more complicated than that. You think Mihai is just a 4-bet ripping willy-nilly there? Even with a hand like 9s or 10s, you might just have to pull it into the muck because of the size of the 3-bet and the positions. They are playing 7-handed now, though. Seems like a Jacks plus type of a deal that we're dealing with in a nutshell. See Walter, 13 bigs from the cutoff. King Queen off suit, and Mihai deciding if he has to call here, and I believe he does. Golden opportunity to eliminate a player who's shoving range with 13 bigs from the cutoff. Not going to contain too many hands like Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King. We're going to be flipping against a lot of the pairs, and then we beat hands like King Queen, King Jack. It's going to be a 60-40, but it's a chance I'm willing to take. And occasionally we are going to dominate hands like Ace Deuce, Ace 3, Ace 4, Ace 5 suited, and hands like Ace 6, Ace 7, and Ace 8 offsuit. So this will be a very, very tight fold. It does decide to let it go. I'm not the biggest fan of folding there. Maybe we can fold hands like Ace 6 and Ace 7. I'll even throw in Ace 8 offsuit there, but Ace 9 plus, you're also going to be dominating hands like Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited, King 9 suited. There's just too many hands that 13 big blind should be jamming to pass up opportunities like that. Ferdinando is going to complete with Jack 4 clubs. Pavel checks his option. One time, who is actually a popular enough player. We've seen him make deep runs at Kings on multiple occasions. Definitely one to watch out for with 3 tables of 7 remaining now. One time takes that one down. Bella taking that one down on the 6-9-10 with the good shot straight draw, 2 over cards. 13 bigs here for Walter. Spinning something, some form of a trinket here on the button. Just goes for the rip. Now, if I'd like 15 bigs here, I would rather raise call. Perhaps that's unpopular opinion. Fives with 14 bigs for Kuba. I would be more inclined to also just rip this as well. Sides to go for the min raise. And just as well he didn't rip. Perhaps 14 is just too many bigs to be ripping in this thing anyway, with 21 players remaining. I just would have thought it'll play better as a grip and rip, sub 15 bigs. Interested to see what you think about that one in the chat. Mihai with kings here in the big blind, deciding whether to call or rejam. I could get behind doing both. Maybe we want to just call aces specifically here in the big blind and just always go for the jam with like queens and kings. Three betting to 2.4 million, looking very, very strong. Don't think he's going to be three bet folding much of his range that three bets to 2.4 million here when Kuba only has 14 big blinds to begin with. Oh, wow. I did not think Kuba would level himself into shoving the additional 3 million on top. Shocking enough scenes here. Wow, and look at the size of this pot all of a sudden, 11.7 million. Queen 7 deuce is the flop, and Kuba in a lot of trouble now as we hit the turn. Needs a 5 and needs one quick. It's the 9 of clubs. The river is the 8 of clubs. Mihai, after struggling for so long earlier, sub 10 bigs. I told you, he's really good with his stack size. If he gets a stack going, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Well, now he's got 50 big blinds with 20 players remaining. And all momentum shifting in Nikolai Mihai's direction. Nick Mihai, one big blind behind Pavel. Ferdinando with 35, one time with 29, Bella 15, Walter with 13. $250,000 is the small blind. $500,000 is now the big blind, with $500,000 running big blind ante. That's $250,000, $500,000, $500,000. Still 20 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached, and they're all guaranteed a minimum of €5,600. And we are going to see a big boy flip here, 13.3 million in the pot. Cracker wants to know, is Mikel Marrakesh still in the field? I actually couldn't tell you. I only have information about the feature table. Don't have any information about the outer tables itself. Six, 4, 3 is the flop. Where is the 6? Walter 89% equity here to double up. Gets over the line, sits back down, and is now playing 27 big blinds. Pavel playing almost identical stack as Walter now. Average stack over 30 bigs now. Pressure is on. We'll have a redraw when we hit 16. Paul Alexander says, Vamos, Walter. Forza Portugal. Double up. Seems like he's getting some support. Bella shoving all in from the small blind. And look at this man. He can do no wrong, it seems, for the last few hours. Snapping him off with the aces. Very unlucky if you're Bella. Nothing you can really do. Ace 8-3 is the flop. And that's going to be GG for Bella. And we're going to be within 3 eliminations away from another rear draw. Turn is the Jack of Spades. Bella has been eliminated. One time going to 3-bet to 3.8 million here with the queens. A serious comeback from Mihai and Walter now. 1 million to go with the sixes. We're getting shorter handed now. You can feel the excitement in the air. 10 eliminations away from the final table. He will take that one down. So Ferdinando going to 3-bet to 2.8 million here on the button with the Queen 10 offsuit. One time is in the hijack, opening with the Ace 8 offsuit. D'Alessio putting his chips to work, putting a lot of pressure back on one time. Occasionally we might click this one back with the ace blocker. I don't think D'Alessio is being that out of line that warrants a 4-bet in this exact scenario, but we can see that it would work. Mihai now playing a whopper of a stack. A proper whopper bopper of over 25 million. Mihai takes down another one. Pavel raising to 1.1 million will take down the blinds and antes with the 6-4 suited. Pavel raising to 1.1 million here from the hijack with the ace-5 suited. But it is Walter on the button with a monster here. 20 big blinds. Let's see what he does here with the kings of kings. 19 players remaining. Pavel insta releases and looks like Walter's going to show. Looks very happy. He does show. I wouldn't be making a habit of showing there. Looked like he made it quite large as well, putting in over 3 million of his 10 million. Just giving free info to the table when there's no need. Don't mind doing this once every now and again, but I definitely feel like showing is contagious, and then suddenly you start showing another hand. Suddenly you're giving away half your game plan. One time with the 9s. Ferdinando going to call the big with the 10-9 off suit. Six-4 clubs for Mihai. Don't know if Mihai wants to be calling this one from the small blind. Definitely is deep enough. I think it's fine when we have both of our opponents covered, but we are going to be sandwiched in between the button and the big blind here. It's not ideal with 6-4 suited. Mihai is going to call. Backdoor flush draw, gut shot, straight draw. One time betting 1.75 mil. Mihai picking up a flush draw now to go with his good shot straight draw. What does one time want to do? Just bet here. Nearly all the time. Not one time. Does check. Over comes a 7. And the nonchalant straight here on the river. Because clubs miss, diamonds miss. There are some other higher straights, I guess. Jack 9 springs to mind. He's going to bet about 4.5 million here. Now, I don't think one time can call because having 2 9s is bad. A lot of the bluffs that Mihai could have would contain a 9. Granted, some of those 9x combos would make a straight. 6 9 gets there. Jack 9 gets there, as I aforementioned, but he's going to lose to a lot of hands. Don't see him being able to call this one. Parker says, as I said earlier, when you didn't let me finish, 9s always hit, except for when they don't. I believe it was me, I said, except for when they don't. Great minds think alike. We are just one elimination away from the redraw. No pay jump to worry about just yet. When we've had one more elimination, we'll be going on another break, and it's going to be a dinner break. It's going to be more than 30 minutes is what I've been told. You've heard the man, this is going to be the last hand before the break. I still think Mihai should be opening an ace there. Bit of an eager beaver to get out of here, it seemed. Definitely wants to be opening that ace blocker. So that's going to do it, folks. We are going on a break for more than a half an hour. Going to come back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to a final table from there. Mihai is now your chip leader. Ferdinando in second place. Pavel with 31. One time with 25. Walter with 24. And Jonas with 17 bigs. Still loads of chips considering it's a 1 hour clock. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Mm. 1200.
Isildur, ace queen. Up to 6,500.
Oh.
Dow calls with the ace-8 suited.
Maybe I get my money back.
Volkic in there.
This guy's great.
King, queen, 6. Good for Volkic.
Problems for Isildur.
What you playing?
Turn 9.
I think they're just hoping this goes check. I'm curious if Volkic is going to try and get a little value for that king. He does. And it is so small.
5,600.
Such an annoying spot. You're being laid a tremendous price, but you just feel like your hand is rarely, if ever, good. What do we beat? To be like 5-6 of hearts, ace 10, ace jack. It's never a queen. Jack 10 would have got there. And of course, we're just worried about the king. Very nice.
Very nice. Robert says, love that bet size by Lou Ferrigno. I see Volkic as a young Lou Ferrigno. Most certainly.
Well played, Robert.
many graphics for us as he wants. Bedell finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, you know, a lot of qualifiers from
Okay.
Kings. Also informing
Nice. Thank
folks
you.
that there's
Thank
another
you.
Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
Same one.
But yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up,
Yeah.
the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just boom, you're gone?
It's you know, the young heroes don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's
But,
actually
yeah.
happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. You've got 2 jacks. You know, if you've got an 8, bless you. If you got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s.
Nothing. What you want? I have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's no.
He has to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an 8.
No, he
never has
he
an
was
8.
such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, the first guy didn't have an 8.
That guy didn't.
10K? What? With the 10K.
Look at
you mean?
Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any 2 will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head. I'm like,
You think
there's
I
no-
have 8?
No, in my head, I'm thinking, no way.
you have 8.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9-8 suited, right? I'm like,
I
this
thought it
guy
was
is
6
sick.
for deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings. And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in?
Yeah. These fucking fish.
Ace, queen at deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in.
He does turn a flush draw.
this
19K behind.
Could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time. You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no? No. So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week, like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is or no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time, and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene, he's playing poker with a
Is
fish.
he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Nevalainen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
Cooler.
River is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full for Nevalainen, means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
The 5K.
Yeah. Coming. Relax.
Oh, I thought he was straddling 2.5x. I was like, this guy's got big balls, but the blinds are up.
Easy, easy, easy.
Wow. I've seen this movie before.
Michael, why are there so less entries on day 1B compared to day 1A? All the satellite winners online do get pushed to 1A.
Yep.
507 entries in that flight. Working on 110-ish here, as you see in the top right corner of your screen.
Oh, the tunes are back,
they're
Jeff.
back, baby.
I know the song, but I can't name the artist.
Yeah, the same. Really crank it.
See, all this because of
Okay,
his brother.
the cold 4.
We got a game.
Fawcett calls with the 10s. More than 51K in the pot. And it comes queen high. Pot starts to get more in.
doesn't seem like a great calling hand. 2 10s, he will flick it
Wow. Runecon gets paid off with the queens.
Seat open, Martin's coming for sure. He made the phone call. He's like, seat open, boss.
No.
Cabral's gonna get the
I'm
open
relaxing now. I'm happy.
He's for sure getting the open seat. He didn't reg yet. He waited for the seat to come open from the table. They go, Martin, seat open. He goes, okay, I go register right now. Okay, boss. I gotta stop joking like this. They're gonna kidnap me over here.
You can see we are now up to 100 entrants, Jeff.
Leon, if you're listening, I'm joking.
I believe we are aware of who that 100th entry is. We'll keep that a secret until we see it.
It's a big celebration. How about the chat? Any guesses for who the 100th entrant is in the main event
Entry
for today?
100, day 1B.
In the movie, he's like going to like meet his mother, and his mother like runs out of time like 30 seconds before he gets to her, and she just dies.
Jack says Cabral. Could be. Palma was calling for that. Racist Chrissy could be. Basketball Maven says D-Negs. It's not D-Negs because we know it's his fantasy hockey draft, and he's not missing that for anything.
Helmuth in a ridiculous costume from Xander.
Oh.
Interesting.
Ivy.
Monica Lewinsky. Huh.
It could be. Oh, 2 queens for Runecon.
Would imagine he's going to find a customer
What's sick with all of us? Like we just sit here like,
along the
for 4 hours
way.
just shuffling chips. Very strong fingers.
At the moment,
What else can you do?
I would expect Osafa to be the last to act and have that decision. Plenty of chips. Flicks in the call. There we are. How about Zimmerer? King 10 suited. Out.
Heads up to this flop, about 25K in the pot. Okay, Jack at 10 at 9 means open-enders for both.
Perhaps a little further action. Quick check by Runkin with the queens.
Turn 6. More guesses. Kristen, Kevin Hart. Watch it be Tony G, says Robert.
And Runkin again deciding to check turn. Let's see if he tries to eke out a little value now.
I think now is the time. Not before.
Maybe very concerned about being up against a set like 9s, 10s, jacks
Sure.
would even make sense as played. But after it goes check, check on flop and again on turn, you just must bet.
There is that bet. A small one that is called quickly by the 8s.
No ace of clubs. Sorry? No ace of clubs.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Does the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot? And bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what bumper. I haven't seen a bluffing bumper either. I don't know what bumper to play, man.
What do you mean?
Sorry.
What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palma's just stone wrong here.
Double board?
yeah.
You're talking, okay. You
I was gonna say,
Yeah, double board.
No,
bomb.
because I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah.
in that game.
Even more
At
wrong.
least it is. If you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You get a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
Six.
Oops.
Betting 6K. Not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runkin with the boat. Check both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rosvedov, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera. Big hand, big hand.
Green 10, green 10.
You have a bluff? You have green 10? Yeah. What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have? For some people work, for some not. I don't know.
Well, who's not afraid of monsters underneath
true.
the bed?
That's
You know,
terrifying.
nobody wants that.
Eight five deuce. Top pair for Rincon, second pair for Zuber, straight draw.
Now that's a flop.
Fasa. Straight flush draw, excuse me. Leads for 4K.
Just get it in, fellas. Play for all of it.
Nice fold. With these two, they might. We start, though, with a bet and a call. Oh, and the jack
Wow.
of clubs on the turn, making Mufasa the flush. And Rincon top two.
Now Mufasa, after leading the flop, is going to check the turn. The moment, a disaster for Runkin. If he bets here, curious if Mufasa comes with a check raise. How does he want to navigate? He's reaching.
Goes about half pot, 8K.
The angry scowl from Mufasa as well.
Making the call. River 6 of diamonds. His hand is best. And another check.
As played, Runken has no reason to believe that his hand isn't best. With jacks and eights, sizes it up to 25,000. Mufasa could be concerned about a flush over flush situation, given the line. And if he does just call, it's because of that. Otherwise, raise.
Hold on.
And there is that raise, the check jam.
3-4 you have. How much?
Ask for a count.
Sorry? 111. That was strong hand. That flush.
Try and find the bluffs here, Jeff.
Yeah.
Maybe 6-7 with one club in your hand.
Yeah, remember the lead on the flop maybe takes away some potential hands with ace of clubs in them. But there is that call. And the Bulgarian gets paid off on the check jam.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Looks like I missed a bust out. Bit late getting back here to bring the dog in. Decided to go running out through the gate once more. Fun chasing the dog when pretty much in the dark. 15 remaining now. Tomorrow will not be the final table. We are playing till we have a winner tonight. Small blind is still 250k. Big blind is still 500,000 with a 500,000 running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. Welcome everyone if you're just tuning in after this mammoth event. 7,558 runners. This is all taking place at the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. This is the No Limit Hold'em 250 Kings Million final day. Whether you were tuning in from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, you are very, very welcome. Kings are really getting down to the business end now with 15 remaining, 6 eliminations away from the final table. Pay jump has been reached. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €7,200. Jonas is going to take that one down. We did just do a redraw, which means we have Burda Toral here as the chip leader, someone who we've seen before on this channel playing under a nickname. Carlito, Ferdinando, Ding is back. One time Jonas, Phoenix, and Mirko Calasso. We have Italy, Germany, Czech Republic, South Korea, Belgium, and Romania, and China all being represented under one roof. If you want to find out additional information about this resort or the merchandise store, head over to the website King's Resort. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you're new to the channel. Now let's get to the action. Average stack still over 40 big blinds. Amazing. Testament how great these structures are. Couple of shorties. And the bigger stack should take advantage of that. I am offering pronunciation classes all throughout the week. Absolutely. We've also just won an award, the first Irishman to correctly pronounce an entire table of foreign names. Winning an award and getting pronunciation classes all at the same time. I'm all for breaking records. Where it says historical. I'll tell you what's historical. That we have smashed the prize pool here. Smashed the record for the amount of entries, and we're at the business end of things where they're going to be playing for €200,000. That's historical from a €250 buy-in. Basically, like we're watching a Sunday Million on Poker Stars a few years ago. That kind of entries, that kind of amount of money up top. If you know, you know. Ferdinando in the small blind here with 32 bigs and ace-10 offsuit. And I believe the S and the Z are silent in this name. I can't exactly put it into Google considering it's a nickname. Zburlatorl. Maybe some Romanians can help me out. Or anyone else that knows in the chat. Much appreciated. Nice one. The Flying Man. Push up 94. Thank you very much. And how bad is my pronunciation then, push up? Zboratorl. Zboratorl. Pretty decent, actually. Wow. I'll take it. Anytime we can get a compliment, I'll take it. Yoda Code says no later Kings without somebody from my city getting TV time. Let's go. Zbordatorlan. Phoenix is going for the rip here with the ace-6 offsuit, and I don't like this. It's just too many bigs with this offsuit combination for my liking. However, we are very short-handed here. I would just prefer to have ace-8 offsuit here and let the ace-6 and the ace-7 offsuit go. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. Just with ICM, I understand that we're basically in late position here. We're in the low jack, if that is correct. So under the gun +1 is now the low jack. I would just shove ace-8 offsuit and ace-deuce suited plus. And maybe let ace-deuce offsuit go and ace-3 offsuit go and maybe go with ace-4 offsuit plus. Does that sound good, Space Pirate? I don't have the luxury of having calculators and stuff around me when I'm trying to calculate ICM considerations with 15 left at Kings. I think just cut out more of the deuce and the 3x and you can still shove them if they're suited. It just gets rid of a nice few combinations. Space Pirate says I'm right on the money there. Ace 4 offsuit plus and any ace suited. Get rid of the ace 6 and ace 7 offsuit and go with ace 8 suit, ace 8 offsuit as well. Case in point does get called here from the button. Obviously, you're going to take down the blinds and antes, but when we're called, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. I'd prefer to have suited connectors. We do lose Phoenix in 15th place, and that means we are going to have 2 tables of 7 now. Billy Loso wants to know what's this is Borda Toral's real name. This is Borda Toral. Oh yeah, I was trying to think of something funny. I don't know whether that's his first name. So his first name is Man. Flying Man. Many a nickname has one attorney at King's, Barry Berliosa. We do have 44 big blind average stack at the moment. Carlito getting that one down with the king 9, stopping himself from getting bluffed on the 7-8 jack 8 board. Ace 3 suited, raising to 1 million. One time now in the big blind, facing the hijack open. Couple of ways you can play this one. Call, 3-bet, and reevaluate, or just straight up rip. All vote now. I think I would just go with a rip against the hijack. No messing around. It's sub 25 bigs, and I think it just plays best as a rejam. You will see really good players there. Okay, he's 3-bet to 4 million. I presume he is 3-betting with the intention of calling off, or do you guys think that he is 3-betting with the intention of folding? Because that just seems fairly absurd. It has occurred to me that although there is €200,000 up top, there's still going to be a lot of 10k tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe. That's actually the first time I have mentioned the World Series of Poker Europe tickets, which is a first on this channel because I never ever shut up talking about them. But we've had so much other things to talk about, the records being broken, etc., that it had slipped my mind that there are 7 tickets. I knew we'd have some tickets available at the final table. There is 7. I think that is correct. 7 tickets. It says it there in the payouts. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. So we are 7 eliminations away from all players remaining. On top of playing for €200,000, securing a 10k ticket to that amazing event, the World Series of Poker Europe, that takes place in Rosvedov, October, November kind of time for the last few years. Not a tourney you want to miss. Yeah, Puchas says it's a 3-bet call. I would think so as well. It's pretty risky to induce there. I think overall, in a tournament like this, you will see good players have a dynamic going and etc. But Ace Queen offsuit, not invincible, quite vulnerable. You don't really want to give an option to those middling pairs to 4-bet rip where they might be forced to just fold to the pressure of a jam. Three bet coming in hot here for the tune of 3.5 million, facing the open from Mihai, who was playing about 20 million plus. He has dropped a little bit, playing around 15 million now to start the hand. Actually not thrilled about opening deuces here. I would much prefer to just let this hand go. Does work. Nice 3-bet there from the King 8 suited. Mihai faced with the decision now. Ding deciding to hang around on the flop on the ace-4, king-3. And Ding has to know he can't win by checking here with just jack-high. I actually think it's quite ambitious for him to continue on the flop with two hearts out there. Decides with that ace on the river he doesn't want to try do anything, and he's going to win with just jack 10 high, which is just incredible. Ding is going to complete his option here as a trap. Blind v blind. Carlito is going to bite. Carlito's way, making it 1.5 million to go. And now Ding. I didn't hear no bell. He's just going to move all in. One would imagine. Perhaps he can do some form of a click it back to 4 million or... Yeah, maybe there's external value to be had here, making it like 4.2 million. At least 3.5. 3.7. Something around that area. I like 4.2. That looks like 4 million even. Nice pick up there for Ding, uncontested with 14 players remaining. So we've seen Subordinatorl taking down a hand there with ace-king suited. Anytime you can take it down uncontested, not go to the flop, it's going to be in our interest. 300, 600, 600 are the blinds now. $800K is the bet here from Ferdinando. One time's not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. Flopping 2 pair. Just deciding, does he want to check call or check raise? He only has 20 bigs total. Dems are raising chips. Makes it 2.6 million. That's going to be the end of this, I would imagine, unless Ferdinando decides he wants to do some crazy reverse float. But he will just let it go. Ding is coming along for the ride here with 3 deuce suited. Needs to be careful defending the. Oh, whoa. He's outflopped the aces. This could spell disaster for Carlito because Ding has decided to lead, which is very unconventional to do with trips. Now, you're not loving life here with aces because you have the ace of clubs, and that's the card you would want your opponent to have if he was doing some form of a semi-bluff on the flop. It would usually contain the ace of clubs. You wouldn't expect him to be leading with a 4. Whoa. Goes for a bet of 4 million now. I presume we just see the aces call a second time, setting up a 6.5 million river jam. So Carlito thinks he's setting the trap here. Let's see the river. And it's clean for Ding. Ding could be shoving here with a straight draw, but like 5-7, 5-6. Get his opponent to fold an ace-high type holding. Little does he know Carlito has aces. Ding is going to be shoving this river. If his opponent has a flush, then c'est la vie. Carlito calls, gets the super bad news that he is defeated. Actually, pretty hard to call with some pairs there. Ding playing his hand like he had to have a monster, leading with like clubs on the flop that got there on the turn. I don't think I'd be folding aces. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's some other pairs going to be under a lot of pressure there on the river. Ace is not one of them. Sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you're the windshield. We are down to 13 players now. Pay jump has been reached. €9,292 is the current payout. Argonaut says, love the analogy. Sometimes the bug, sometimes the windshield. Well, I can't take credit for that one now, but sometimes I remember these sayings at the right time. For the first, I would say, 18 months, I was catchphrase central on this channel. I've toned that down a bit Did write some new catchphrases when I was in Sofia not so long ago, but I don't think I've used too many of them. There's no cure for curiosity. I love that one as well. Perhaps if Apocalypse is doing the word of the day, I'll have to do a catchphrase of the day. Bring a new catchphrase in each week. Problem is, I need a new catchphrase every 10 minutes. Zbora Turtle with 4s raising on the button. Ding. Mihai is going to call. I don't like his call here with Queen 7 offsuit. I think it's too loose. We'll call the cops because Sporatorial has a set of 4s. Ding. With the 9 of spades to go with his pair. Five of spades. 5 of diamonds rolling off at 7.2 million in the pot. Ding might call a second straight, but he won't be thrilled about this. Sportatorial might size up to about 4 million here on the turn. Go half pot. He goes for 4. Very good, very nice. We do see a second call as I predicted. 3 of diamonds rolling off on the river. Check from Ding. Sportatorial won't be loving this, by the way. There are some hands that beat him now, but decides to check it back. Wins a nice pot and is now playing 69 big blinds. Toro with 69 bigs now. Ding with 50. Ferdinando with 36. One time with 28. Jonas with 16. And Mihai now with 15 bigs. He did have about 20 million not so long ago. Finds himself at the bottom of the feature table leaderboard, but with 15 bigs, still loads to play for. Jonas is going to call with the A7 offsuit against the cutoff. I actually think this combo probably plays better as a rejam. Maybe people in the chat would say it'd be too loose to rejam here, but against the chip leader in the cutoff, 4 eliminations away from the FT, I think this plays better as a rejam than a call. The A6, A7, Ace-8 offsuit combinations. What do you think about that? Space Pirate was the guy commenting on stacks earlier. What do you think, class? Call, rejam, or fold? Ferdinando min raising here under the gun with 7-8 suited. Looks like we are rebalancing tables. We're going to get a new player. That must mean that someone was eliminated and we've been playing 2 tables of 6. It still says 13 right now. 600k is the bet here on the turn. Ferdinando might have to turn his hand into a bluff here. I think that goes without saying. There's no might about it. He just has 4 high. Now, we can beat diamonds. We can beat some straight draws. We have ace high. I would find it hard not to call on this river for 1.6 million. What do you think he's going to do? Let me know in the chat. I'll vote now. I think for this price, this close to the final table, only need to be good about 25% of the time here, and I think we're definitely going to be good at least 1 in 4 times to make this a profitable call. The counter argument to that is it looks a bit like we're being milked with a middling pair. Maybe a 5 bets this sizing. It's unlikely that Ferdinando has a king in his range. There is another way. Turning our hand into a bluff. Not something I thought we'd see, but we do have the ace of diamonds. I suppose this will get a king to fold a decent portion of the time if our opponent did get lucky on the river. Really interesting stuff there by one time. I wasn't expecting him. I thought we were too high up in our range to turn our hand into a bluff there. But I guess we will lose against a 5. We do get a 5 to fold. And if our opponent has got to the river with king high and now has a pair, we can rep a flush or a queen. And that's a move you see by one time that you mightn't see from some other players remaining in the field. Big makes it 1.3 million to go. I think this is a good opportunity for Jonas to rejam, because Ding is opening off 50 bigs to start the hand. We only have 13. Could get behind folding deuces, 3s and 4s here, but 5's just going to be too much hand. Jonas decides to just let it go. Like he is in the cutoff there, folks. Jay Rosello is back in the house, says good evening. Hope you enjoyed your bridge. I hope you gave them a good old-fashioned ass whooping. Johan's back in the mix. Re-raised Chili Dog, a.k.a. Richie, is back in the house. Richie Rich. Sporatoral. Blind v blind, as is tradition here. As we get shorter and shorter handed, you're going to see a lot of battles take place blind v blind. Sporatoral checks it over to Ding. And he will take that one down. Jay Wasello says the most tournaments of Kings have a 50k starting stack. This tournament it was 40k in the money, 12.5%, but they play down to 10%, and still the average is 40 big blinds. Yes, it's incredible. Has to be one of the best structures in the world for a €250 buy-in. In fact, I could guarantee it. One time min raising in the hijack. Jay Wasello says, I will at Kings for the combined tournament EPF Dutch Classic in May, €299 buy-in, and also 1 million guaranteed. Fantastic. Sportoral min raising with the 10s. Mihai with the ace-5 suited. Wants to be re-jamming this one. Not ideal, but against the cutoff. Fantastic hand to re-jam. Sometimes you're going to get called and say la vie. A lot of the time you will just take it down pre. And we can see that that's not going to be the case right here, right now. So we do see all in and call 16.7 million. And this could be the exit of Mihai. Does have nearly 40% equity. Sportor with pocket 10s. Big moment here for both players involved. Won't affect Sportor as much, but he's getting a lot of praise in the chat as one of the favourites left in the field. Let's see what happens here. Queen Jack 8. No real help to Mihai. An ace needed. Or a diamond now. It's an ace. Sick. Sick for Sportoral there. You would have to believe he's going to take that one down after the flop. Turn is a diamond. River is a diamond. And Mihai, who's had many lives here, now finds himself back at about 17 million. Ferdinando taking down the blinds and antes with the ace-4 suited. Mihai with queens. Been raising with a little bit of cheese on top. And 169 of the day, still 4 eliminations away from the final table. $1.1 million is the bet from Mihai, and Ferdinando has raisin chips there. We've got action on the Jack 9 deuce, 2 spade flop. How much chips is Ferdinando willing to put in here? $4.5 million is the raise, and now Mihai just deciding whether he wants to call or jam. I think both options are fine. Be more inclined to just call, considering we have the Queen of Spades, because that's a card if Ferdinando had that would contain some combo draws. So I'd be more inclined to get it in with 2 red ladies, or if we had the Queen of Clubs, for example. Does shove over the top, and Ferdinando calls, and this is a ginormous pot. Turn is the 7 of spades, and Ferdinando now has a flush. 34.3 million in the pot, 16% of the time. Mihai is going to connect on this river, but it is the 6 of hearts, and we lose Nick Mihai in 13th place. It wasn't to be. Got the double up, but needed to win that one. So much equity involved in that hand. And it looks like we are down to 12 players now. As Yoda Code says, GG Mihai. Another one bites the dust. Another beauty school dropout, getting us one step closer to crowning yet another champion at this fantastic resort. Jay Wasello says on day 1G, 1,687 entries were made. And at one point, there were at least 1,000 players playing simultaneously. I'm all about breaking records. And that sounds like another record breaker. 1,000 players playing simultaneously. I suppose I've seen that at the Irish Open, but have I really? Considering there's so many different flights. Yeah. Denny M says GG. 12 remaining now, and a page on blooming from €9,292 to €11,850. Jonas folded the fives, and that's a bit too tight for my liking. Would like to see the jam with the King Jack. Ferdinando, we are 6-handed, 67 bigs. Sported Thorl in second place. We have Earth on now as well with 54 bigs. So much chips in play. Sported Thorl with Ace King, a monster in the small blind here against Ferdinando's Ace Queen. Wants to go north here of about 5 million. No less than 4.5. Ding now. Big pair. 6-handed facing a raise and a 3-bet. I would say if he wants to 4-bet here, he'd have to make it very big. So he's just gone with call. I don't know what I think of calling with nines here is because you're going to be very capped. I might nif fold nines here. Occasionally against two crazy dudes, we could 4-bet. 4-bet folding seems gross. I think our best option is probably just to let it go the majority of the time. He does decide to call. If we think about how condensed his range is here, he's going to have hands like 8s, 9s, and 10s decide to call in the big. Maybe Ace Queen suited. I think that might just fold. It's hard to put him on a hand that's not a mid pair. I'm not sure what you think about this one in the chat. Be sure to let me know. He's not going to have much else unless he's trapping, and I just don't see him trapping. Jay Vasello says, I think not. There's too much action. if he's going to get involved here, I would prefer to see him 4-bet. The 4-betting can get very pricey. You're going to put in about 10 million to fold into an all-in. And I think Sportorl just knows that Ding's going to have 8s, 9s, and 10s there the majority of the time. Maybe a hand like Queen Jack suited, King Queen suited. Although I feel like they're both folds as well. The Ace Queen getting out of the way because the big blind range looking so strong after there's a 3-bet and an overcall. Marv agrees that it's the correct play. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got some action. Jonas now. See, he folds King Jack, and now he's shoving King 9 suited. This doesn't make too much sense to me. Ferdinando going to call with Ace Queen. See, Jonas forced to shove the King 9 suited here because he missed the spots to rejam with 5s and missed the spot to shove with the King Jack. And now he's got called by Ferdinando. Now he does have 36% equity. Ferdinando's been running pretty well. 14.1 million in this pot. Jack A3, no help to Jonas. Third is the Queen of Diamonds. River is the 5 of Hearts, and Jonas can't get there with his King 9. Ferdinando in a monster pot and is playing the guts of 50 million chips, and we are within 2 eliminations away from the final table. $400K is now the small blind, 800K is now the big blind with an 800K running big blind ante. That's 400, 800, 800. Average stack, 27 million. And all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €11,850. 2.8 million is the bet here on the 10-8-3. One time with an open ender. Does take it down with a bet. One time forced to fold because he doesn't have a diamond. Not many good turn cards for him. Hard to get paid if he does hit the straight then, and he's got to worry about another diamond popping off, and that is quite a tight fold there from the 9-7, but you understand why. Jay Rosello is a fan of the time bank card that speeds up the game tremendously. Hard to speed up the game today. But yeah, sometimes they are necessary. One time, ace king off suit in the cutoff. Makes it basically the min raise. 1.65 million to go. Ding defending with Jack Deuce of diamonds. King Queen 8 is the flop. On time, one time is just going to take that one down with a C bet. The ace has taken that one down. Not much to talk about there. Urton with the 9s in the small. One time with the 5 deuce of diamonds. 9s for Urton. Irtan. 10-8-8. He's just going to take this one down with a very small bet. Doesn't need to go too big. Somewhere around 1.5 to 2 big blinds. That's 1.3 million. And this is not what I expected to see. I don't understand this at all. One time is floating with the 5 deuce of diamonds unless the graphics are incorrect. $2.5 million is the bet, and now one time is going against his initial thoughts of floating with the 5 deuce or trying to do something on this turn to rep an 8. Would be pretty sick if he could find a raise here. The 9s would have to go into the muck because a lot of hands that would raise this turn as a bluff would contain a 9. One would think. Does decide to let it go. Interesting bet there, by the way, on the turn. Designed to get more value from a flush draw or a straight draw. I would have thought you would have got into check call mode there. Perhaps his hand is just strong enough to bet a second time. It's just not a great pair to bet a second time because we would want our opponent to have a 9 in their hand to continue. Perhaps I'm arseways on that one. I would imagine if we're getting the guy to float with 5 high, external value can be had by hearts or clubs. I spy with my little eye something beginning with final table bubble. No pay jump to worry about with 10 remaining. 11,850 euro is the current payout. Another one for Sabura Toral. Jay Russell says, I'm glad we're not playing hand for hand on the FT bubble. I don't see why we wouldn't be playing hand for hand here, Jay Russello. It actually makes no sense that we wouldn't be. I'd say we are playing hand for hand. It'll just be a matter of time. Unless I'm wrong. Usually, with 10 remaining, you'd be always playing hand for hand. Ferdinando checking the river here on the 4-10, ace-7 king. So board Thorl is going to go for it, and Ferdinando snaps him off. And pretty good call there for Ferdinando. Just a non-believer on that board for basically the minimum. He's going to snap him off. If the 8-5 easily could have got the trees to fold, but wants to be going a decent bit bigger there if he wants to get the bluff through, in my opinion. Urton raising. Urtan with King Queen off suit. Down to the big blind for Ding. Ace-9 off suit. Would expect to see him at least call here. Ding with the best of it here. Airtan might want to start barreling. Or try to get to showdown with King High, but he will get bluffed on some rivers. Ding might start doing the betting for him. Ding is no stranger to leading on flops. We've seen that with the trips. This one a little bit different, of course. Will bet 2.1 million. And Irtan probably can't go anywhere yet for just one bet, even if he doesn't have a spade. Actually, unblocking spades is good because he can beat more flush draws. Ding's going to take this one down. Happy to win that one. One time, min raising now, round to Irtan with the ace-8 suited. Urtan's going to call here. Backdoor heart draw, backdoor straight draw. Does hit an ace. And this will look like such a great turn card for one time. Well, Urtan has the better kicker. Apocalypse asks, are we sure we can't just do the FT tomorrow? No. I do declare we will be playing on. $2 million is the bet, and $2 million is the call from Irtan. Oh wow, Urtan could win a lot more here on that river. We'll check. And a very, very quick bet here from one time. 3.7 million. Urtan snapping him off, and Irtan is going to win a huge pot, and one time is going to be down to 10 big blinds. One time's probably thinking that he could have lost more there. I'd be inclined to agree with him. Jay Rosello says he did play it well. Give him some rope. Yeah, I don't think he could shove on the river, though. He's going to lose to too many other ace-X, even though it is a cooler situation. A lot of aces dropping off here. There's Moratorial with the ace-jack. Urtam with another ace. Just won a nice pot. Decides to let that one go. Ferdinando should be running the show here, really, with 60 bigs. Really nice stack for him. So much chips in play. They're all well stacked, really, apart from the 10 big blinds. $2.8 million is the raise here. Ferdinando is going to call. I was saying maybe they should at least shorten the clock for the final table. No need for 60-minute levels at 1 a.m. You can say there's no need for it all you want. They're playing for too much money, €200,000. I don't think, unless the 9 of them came to a consensus, they want to shorten the clock and the tournament director agreed on top of it, then we play on. Obviously, at some point, we're not even at the final table yet, but when a deal is reached and you get 500 or 300 or whatever the case may be, I believe then levels can get halved from 60 minutes to 30. I know 2.6 million is the call here on the turn. River is the king of hearts. 11.6 million in this pot now. It'd be very tough to get this pair of eights to fold in the big. I would imagine if he wants to get the job done, does not want to be going too small here to try clean out a 3 or a 4. Maybe some backdoor 5 that came in. I would prefer to just shut down. Does go for the check. Jay Vasillo says, I will leave the stream now. Enjoy it. Hope you had a nice day. Thanks for joining us. See you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. That goes for any other moderator that needs to get out of here. I don't expect anyone to be hanging around. It's after midnight already at Kings. Ding is going to complete his option here in the small blind with Queen 4 offsuit. Ertan is going to check his option with Jack 3. You're going to see a lot of cagey play here, considering we are 1 elimination away from the final table, 3 eliminations away from a 10k ticket, and 9 eliminations away from €200,000 from a €250 buy-in. The bright lights are on, lights, camera, action. Decision fatigue clearly going to set in at some point. Who wants it the most? Championship rounds, we don't quit at halftime. Long, long way to go yet, considering we are short-handed on both tables. Is not going to favour anyone apart from the big stacks, of course. Nobody wants to be playing with 5-handed. The blinds and antes coming around too fast. Obviously, if you're the chip leader, you don't mind it as much. But the longer this goes on, the more disgruntled the players will get, or the more pressure they will feel. Still nearly a 40 big blind average. And there's an all in from one time coming for 5.4 bigs. Big dirty pay difference between 10th and 9th. You're going all the way from €11,850 to €14,800. Ferdinando, I think, has too much hand here for 6 bigs. With that stack size, you just kind of flick it in here. We do have it all in the call, and Ace King looking good for a double up, but 39% of the time, Ferdinando is going to eliminate one time in 10th place, and we will have our final 9. As Richie says, good night, my friends. Hang in there, Dan. No problem, Richie. Have a good one. King 5-4 is the flop. Pretty definitive for one time. One time wants to be shoving 13 bigs here with ace-8 offsuit on the button. Perhaps he decides he wants to go for a min raise. I think ace-8 offsuit plus here. We just want to shove. Wow. Big blind has a calling hand with King Jack suited for 13 bigs. Great opportunity here to eliminate one time and get to the final table. You would see Sabura Thorl calling a lot quicker if there wasn't a huge pay jump to take into consideration, and of course the magnitude of this moment. For my money, for 13 bigs, I feel like King Jack suited is going to be too strong in this exact scenario against one time. It could fold for maybe 15 or 16 bigs if it was King Jack offsuit. Buratoro taking his time before folding. What do you think about that one in the chat? I didn't expect to see King Jack suited go into the muck there. I actually thought he was posturing before calling. Surely, if we were folding King Jack suited, King Queen offsuit is the bottom of our calling range. I would have thought that we could fold some King 10 offsuits there, maybe even King 10 suited, but King Jack suited plus would be too strong. Then he says, nice fold, Superman, the flying man. This guy falling asleep is minus EV. Imagine how tired you're being after playing for this many days in a row. I still think for 13 bigs, it's not like it was 16. 13 or less I'm calling there with the King Jack suited. Call me crazy. It's just too good of a hand against one time. It's not like it's some randomer who doesn't know his shoving ranges. And when he does shove, then he's telegraphing that he's got the nuts. Romantic Batman says yes, but it's not bounty tournament and biggest money jump in his life. Yes, okay. My question was, if we're folding King Jack suited, does that mean we're folding King Queen offsuit? And at what point do we say enough's enough? I presume we have to call with King Queen suited there. Leak says King Queen offsuit is a call. Yes, I think if King Queen offsuit is a call, then King Jack suited has to be a call also, and we could fold King Jack offsuit and King 10 suited. Andre asked, is the question, is the button shoving King 10? I would assume so. You don't have to do anything, just pretend it's 7 deuce and act like nothing happened. I'm trying to brush up on my ICM game. It's very hard to do the ICM game at Kings against a lot of randomers. I think I'm correct in saying King Jack suited is a call. We can fold King 10 suited and King Jack offsuit. But at some point we have to say, right, I'm calling. We don't use words like ICM or solvers around here often. Andre says unless the bounty is in play, we can just let it go. Sure. He doesn't have to do anything, by the way. He can just fold and have an extra 13 bigs at the FT. I'm not saying it's bad at any capacity. I'm just asking the hard-hitting questions to get the hard-hitting answers. Every day is a learning day, and I'm trying to get a better understanding of it myself. On this channel, I am guilty of wanting action all the time. It's our mantra. And sometimes I'm leaning on the side of high variance. My friends have recently been telling me I've been too wild and wide in these hypers, so I'm trying to rein it in, shall we say. So he says he has average if he loses. He is next one on the list. And the pocket says ICM is just an excuse. Bad players used to be in it. Yeah, it doesn't exist, of course. Romantic says he would call, by the way, and was pissed whole year because I would bust the next hand. I just want to know, is King Jack suited going to be the bottom there of our calling range? And if we're folding that, are we folding King Queen offsuit? Surely King Queen suited, we got a call. And Andre knows exactly what he's talking about, and he's saying he's playing all the tournaments there, plus he was on many FTs. Oh, I think he's very good, Andre. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it is too loose to be calling with King Jack suited there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to actually retract what I said. I've no problem sticking my hand up with saying when I'm wrong. We are 3 eliminations away from a 10K ticket, which is very important to note. I just asked, if we're folding King Jack suited, what is the bottom of our calling range? All vote now. All right, you've heard the man. For 8 big blinds or less, you call King Jack suited, ace 10 plus. Yes, I think we can fold hands like ace 8 and ace 9.
It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them.
So we are going on a break
you
for the
really
guts of
need to
15 minutes.
do this
It
now?
is fast approaching midnight in Ireland. I'm going to get myself some.
Why you happy?
Was saving the ice cream for the final table, but I need a bit of a sugar rush. I'm going to go find some blueberries.
That's a bit
and
of
slice
a
of ice cream.
right there.
10 remaining. When we come back,
If somebody
we are
else
still
at the table had the
continuing
queens,
coverage
I would've
of
had
the
the
final
double
table. Bubble, don't go anywhere. It's going to be a long night. Someone ring Lena. Lena will know what to do. Hey, Lena,
And
what are you
this
doing with
is-
King Jack suited here, buddy?
This is going in.
He's going to
You
say it's
play some
okay.
tight
I've got
ranges
ace
in these
king.
situations, but
7 big blinds.
Right.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5.
Gotta go.
blinds.
Don't go anywhere.
Stevie will certainly not
We're going
be
to keep it
getting
right
away
here.
from this one.
See you
I
all
mean,
in
I
a few
still can't
moments.
believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's
Tuchman.
24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, you know, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, and a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuchman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
Probably. Sounds like something he would say. Leo.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But
to talk like
I could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
240.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raise through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
I think Sizrat put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that King-9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader? In this
I
spot?
don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Kamoski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Kamoski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you're... You don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well, I was
river.
going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin all of a sudden is getting dangerously close. In a very fun spot.
Yeah, he has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now. But still, the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack, Fareddin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million. And then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call, but
Yeah.
I want to be sure. It's around 2
Nothing
million?
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain.
You want
Could
nine
we
of
be down to
diamonds?
10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
card.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble. You're there to have fun. There to play poker.
Ooh.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Yeah, well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come. Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated.
He could have something like Pocket Kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with Pocket Kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Exactly.
Hand, please. Can I see
It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with Pocket Twos, just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can
Yeah,
I
be-
can
be
understand
careful
that
when you-
sentiment.
yeah? Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean. Yeah?
Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise, and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up front, please?
re-raises
Cabral,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. The pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum
1.2
re-raise.
million.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it is.
there
So
you
as to
go. Okay.
isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic, because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this
But he only
big-
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super
Yeah.
interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, Tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge sweat. This would have been a fun flop if.
Yeah, I mean, you had a top pair with a backdoor club draw instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh,
bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the mic off, and that is it.
Brutal.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Just had some delicious ice cream and blueberries. Let's go. If you've been living under a rock and are just tuning in at this late hour of the day, there are 10 players remaining It's the final day / night of the €250 Kings Million No Limit Hold'em main event, live from the Kings Resort in Roswadov. Romantic Batman says, if you think players on the table are able to eliminate themselves, you can fold more. Well, I had a look there at the chip counts coming back, and just a few big blinds separating 4 players, and then one time with 10 bigs. This is a very dangerous situation. This could go on for a little while. This could take a full level or so to get to the final table, because nobody wants to bust before one time, especially at this table. I don't know what's going on at the outer table. And with Ferdinando and the rest closely contended in stacks, only a few bigs separating all 4 of them. It's really just a spot where you want to avoid busting at all costs. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Fast approaching 1 a.m. at Kings now. Players are going to be tired. No two ways about it. Ding is going to raise to 3 million here, putting more significant pressure on the short stack and deterring the blinds from coming along for the ride unless they want to put in 2 million more. So this looks quite strong. I'm a fan of doing this actually with the 10-8 suited. Probably wouldn't go to full 3x, more so like 2.5, maybe 2.7. Ferdinando is still going to call in the big with King Jack suited, or King Jack offsuit. $4 million is the bet from Ding. Ferdinando calling. This pot escalating now to 15.5 million. Six of spades rolling off on the turn. Brings in more straight draws and flush draws. Ding most likely just wants to check back this turn. However, I'm not opposed to betting around 6 or 6.5 million to check the river. But when we have such a bad kicker, not anymore, he's hit 2 pair. With a stronger 8x, you could make an argument for betting a second time to get value from flush draws. But in general, just want to. Ferdinando is going to lose whatever he's betting. I can't see how much chips that is. 1 million chips are now in play, by the way, since we got back after the break. They are the yellow 1 million chipolatas. Crazy, we've reached 1 million big blind. 3.8 million is the bet from Ferdinando, and now we've to decide, is there merit in raising? There is some merit in raising, but we will lose to hands like King 3, King 8, King 6, King 10. Obviously we block King 8 and King 10. And if we raise, how much do we want to raise to? Seven, 9 can be in there, although it would have to be like 7, 9 of clubs. Does go for a raise. I'm just going to say if he wants to raise, doesn't want to make it too big, somewhere around 10 million, and he goes for 10 million on the dot. That's a good point there from Apocalypse, saying I prefer just calling, not sure what worse hand would call. Well, there you have it. Ferdinando decides to call with the King Jack. The problem is sometimes we value own ourselves and get called by King 3 or King 6 there, and it's pretty disastrous. Ding winning a huge pot though, now playing 52 million. As Apocalypse says, and that's why he's there and I'm sat behind a laptop, Vince. Listening to some drunken Irish guy, 1 a.m. in the morning. Drunk with tiredness now, folks. One time with 7.7 bigs, won't be shoving the King 3 off suit on the button. Ferdinando completing his option here with 7s in the small blind. Ace-9 for Suburatoral. And what way is this going to go? Because if he makes it about 3.5x, looks like he's just gone for 3 million. Ferdinando very well might just stick this all in. He's got to shove it all in. And now, folks, the ace-9 suited, super strong hand, blind v blind like this. But do you want to call it off? He does. You're just going to be beating too many hands. This is a flip and a half. That's a spot where I might have just checked behind in the big blind. Call me in it. Keep all the worst hands in and not risk going to have a gigantic flip. When he value raises, of course, yeah, he has to call it off. King 4 deuce jack. I think I prefer check behind. Needs to hit on this river. It is the 6 of hearts, and that is gigantic pot there for Ferdinando. That's going to hurt Suburatoral a lot. He's going to be down to 13 bigs. Denny says, Happy New York, Supermen. Lol. Berlioso says, folds King Jack suited, calls this weird hand. Well, it's a little bit different because it's blind v blind. Yeah, he is going to get a lot more value. EPLO Trick saying better to raise all your garbage with his stack and just the better value hands. Ace-9 suited also dominates the weaker Ace-X and gets value. Yeah, but we're not trying to get it in. I think because we're suited as well, it just might play better as a check. But if we want to get it in and we're setting up that dynamic, then so be it. Very hard to be losing to like ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king, short-handed like that. EPLO Tricks says we should check because he dominates ace 4, etc., limping in. Yes, but those hands are also going to limp and then jam over the top for the most part. Ding hits the river here. Surely going to try get some value. Ferdinando min raising. Takes down the blinds and antes with the ace jack. All trying to outlast one time here, of course. Trick says they really hate to defend a micro stack in the big blind. Raj wants to know, are there some check players? We're about to have the final 9 at one table. Irtan with pocket sixes. Bertan should probably just bet like one big here, 1.5 mil, 1.2. Just over a big blind is my whole point. Bets 1.1, takes it down. I like Trix's comment here as well. You sure? Yeah, sure, but you are 5 big blinds deep. You either try to find a double and want to play for 200k on top, or you want to make 2k money jump because blinding down to 1B. It's chip leader opening and he has so many clean outs. Yeah. Gold star. Got to go all in to stay alive. Got to gamble to win. Still a 30 big blind average here. Ertan raising to 2 million. Boratoral should be re-jamming this for 12.8 bigs in the small. But because there's such a short stack still remaining, he is going to let it go. I believe Ertan would have been calling that one. One time, looks like he's going to go for it here with 5.2 bigs. Trick says, don't agree with that. King Jack off versus under going to open is a clear fold, final 10. Well, I was saying if there wasn't a pay jump and a shorter stack, you could strongly consider rejamming there. You do have fold equity. I see it all the time on GG. Trick's making a good point though. The middle stack opening range there should be really tight with ICM. Yeah, agreed. They all have to be playing pretty tight. Apart from Ding, obviously. There's a 5.2 big blind shove. Zaboratoril is isolating from the button. So Zaboratoril with the ace-8 against 1 times king 6. Here we go. There's an 8 in the window, a 5 and a 3. With a consonant, please, Carol, and a vowel. The king needed now for 1 time. A king of kings, or his 1 time, is going to come to an end in 10th place. The turn gives him even more hope now, picking up a flush draw. It's never easy. 9 outs as we hit the river. Seven of diamonds on the river, and 1 time has been eliminated. Zaboratoril, the scrappy underdog, takes out another one, and we finally have our final 9. We are going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. It is final table time when we get back. If you've been hanging around over the last 10 hours, don't go anywhere. This is going to be an action-packed final table. I can feel it. Lots and lots of chips in play. We are 2 eliminations away from those 10k tickets and the small matter of playing for this King's Million title and €200,000. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other 2 limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little unconventional, I should say.
Oh,
he does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty.
Ooh. Well, he's got a flush draw. Cabral with the ace of spades.
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million.
Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
we'll
we've
look
been
at
playing this level for some time.
Daniel DeVoris on the button. Almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
DeVoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8, just 36 years old. And he is gonna get some action. Cabral calling. DeVoris' tournament life on the line, 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel DeVoris' life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If DeVoris wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is. It's first and second, and then everybody else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to
Giaro
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro
coach for Run It Once looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That is a terrible window card right there.
Like you knew.
And DeVoris needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. who lost 6 million, happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down. Pretty sick. I agree.
One card
GG
remaining.
Daniel,
If it's not a 3, Daniel
GG.
DeVoris is out. Jack of diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel DeVoris, over 15 million in
Hey, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million, now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off the money.
Right?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Oh, no.
Absolutely.
Today, final table, sorry. Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pull Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your
you
biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
that you think that?
No, no, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board-changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
Eight players remain. We're still talking about the 9 of diamonds from earlier on.
Then you will be in good mood? Probably
Victor
not gonna
Blom,
happen, but I will
severely short stack's going to go with it. He finds an ace. Just 5.5 big blinds. Has maybe a little bit of fold equity, right?
Definitely. At a final table,
Yeah.
especially. 5 big blinds is more than enough to receive some folds.
He's
This will
getting
not
it.
be folding.
Yeah. We saw Foxen fold ace queen before. She's not folding it again.
One thing I will say about Chrissy, she picks up a lot of hands.
Yeah?
I'm not saying she doesn't play fantastic when she has those hands. Certainly not saying that that isn't true.
Foxen all in, and Blom knows he's in trouble. Ooh, Cabral actually has a hand.
550.
Yeah, but Chrissy putting in 14 big blinds, I just don't think that he can even consider calling. It's closer than I'm letting on, but
I mean, it's 1.3 million to win 2.2.
I think
And a chance to knock out 2 players.
Cork, please.
1390.
there are so few hands that he is dominating, and there are a number of hands that she would shove that are dominating him.
Yeah, no, he's never ahead, but he's getting a really good price, and he can afford it.
Well, she might shove something like King 10 suited over Blom's jam. But yeah, there's very few of those, and there's a lot of hands that dominate him. And it's not a particularly good price because he has to win that main pot. He doesn't have as much equity in the main pot. And then the side pot, he's probably behind against the hands that she's shoving here. Well, not probably. He's behind the hands that are shoving here. He is getting a little bit of a parlay with the ante in the middle.
All right, he's in the big blind, so he's already put 100,000 in. Again, there's 2.2 million in the pot. It's about 1.3 for him to call. 1.29 to be exact. And he's on a 5 million chip stack. We have 8 players remaining. And Victor Blom, by the way, is all in at risk. Isildur, possibly moments away from being out of this. Exit stage left.
How much I owe? 3?
He's going into the time extensions. I think he's sincerely thinking about this one, though, as opposed to the other ones where he was just clearly Hollywooding.
Yeah, I don't think he would waste his time banks at this juncture.
Not that many of them, at
They're
least.
so important. I'm a little surprised that he's considering it this heavily. Oh, these chips are going in.
Yeah, he calls.
Wow.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Royal flush.
That's semi-bad news for Chrissy.
Well, I mean, she goes from being 77% to winning the hand to now she's 40%.
Yeah, well, she's a little better for that big side pot, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
he's live. She doesn't love to see that. She'd love to just ISO Blom with 200K dead in there and just be way ahead.
Maybe you make money.
Yeah, she looks sick. I don't blame her. This is pretty gross for Chrissy.
Well, it might be really good. I mean, we've got a 3.4 million chip pot. So the main pot is going to be about 1.75, we'll say. 1.8, then a side pot of about 1.6. There's an ace.
That's a good flop for
That
Chrissy.
is a very, very good flop for Christie. Now she's thrilled he called.
Absolutely.
Only 2 aces left in the deck, and there's one of them, and Cabral drawing nearly dead. Oh, and there's a 4.
Wow. Well, now she's very happy that Martin called. She's actually going to make money in the hand.
Yes. Now she needs a queen to win it all or a 9 to win it all.
Very good call.
Otherwise, Blom is still in there at 1.8. She's in there at 1.6, and Cabrera's down to 3.7. What a hand.
For split pot.
It's the 7 of clubs. Victor Blom finds a 4 on the turn and triples up. Foxen does add about 300,000 to her stack.
Wait, 5?
By the way.
And as I said, I told you, Jesse, you were wrong. Cabral's got to fold that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, folks. Welcome back for the final table. It's time for the main event of the evening. 9 players remaining. The King's Million, No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Average stack is still 33 big blinds, still 60-minute clock, all chasing the first prize of €200,000. All players are guaranteed a minimum of €14,800 at the moment. Davino is all in. We've seen Kings taking down the previous hand. Looks like Vlad Andruska is our chip leader with 77 bigs, and Ding in second place with 53. Ferdinando D'Alessio with 49 bigs. Ertan Yilmaz with 39. Jan with 29. Pavel with 22. Suboratol with 21 bigs. Suboratol, my apologies, I've been saying it all night. Looks like we've got action here. Suboratol with 18 big blinds and queens facing 4 big blind. Jam from the ace king. So we're going to have our first all in and call of the final table. Davino, your shortest stack by a landslide here. Big blind pot. Still huge equity wise from a 250 buy-in. 7,558 entries to get this far. A hope, a chance. Davino finds himself in a coin flip situation for his tournament life. 9 deuce deuce. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Davino needing an ace or a king on this river. It does not arrive. It's the 3 of clubs. We have our first casualty at the final table. Davino leaves us in 9th place. 8 players remaining now. Argonaut says the windmill does leave us in 9th place. 8 players remaining, and that means we are on a big boy bubble. €19,000 is the current payout. But we don't want to give you that because there's also the small matter of a $6,000 difference between 8th and 7th and a 10K ticket. So we are looking at a €16,000 difference between 8th and 7th. We have China, Romania, Turkey, Portugal, Netherlands, Belgium, Czech Republic, and the Ukraine, just leaving us in 9th place, all being represented for this record-breaking final table. Vlad, 2.4 million to go here. Ertan, one of the nicest hands in the deck. I don't think he should be doing much here, though, against the cutoff. Maybe call. Dan Fox says, hello, Dan. Did your heavenly voice get enough rest for this gauntlet? I don't know. That's up for you to tell me, Dan Fox. Did my voice get enough rest? You know, you chimed in. I disappointed you with my voice there at 4 a.m., was it? Well, we're back, baby. We are on all the usual social media platforms. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, etc. Apocalypse is leaving, saying on that note, I'll be heading to bed. Take care and enjoy the final table. Everyone, see you all next week. And behave. Dan will text me if anyone needs a hammer. No hammers just yet. Thanks for all your help, Apocalypse. Take care. Talk to you soon. Dan Fox says perfection as always. Don't really like the word perfection. Never and perfect. Not two of my favorite words. But hey, I'll take it. In this late hour of the day. Speaking of the late hour of the day, nearly 2 a.m. at Kings. Players must be exhausted. A long, long way to go yet. Urtan could lose some chipolatas here. Top pair. That king might save him. As the Ula is playing in the background, is it there she goes? I think it was the Ulas anyway, I don't know. Ooh la la. $4.2 million was the bet on the turn. Urtan wanted to call a second time. Understandable. The issue I have is Vlad can put maximum amount of pressure on Urtan and decides to just check it back with a set of kings on the river. Seems a little bit too nitty, in my opinion. Obviously doesn't want to get check raised. However, it's an easy fold then. And we have the king of clubs blocking some flush combinations. Pilo Tricks wants the chip distribution. It will come up every few hands. He mightn't call. You think he's going to call on the river there with Queen Jack? Because he blocks the straight. I think it's very nitty to check back on the river there with the set of kings, but it could be an easy fold for the queen jack. You think, yeah, he should just fold on the turn. That's what I was thinking. But what he's thinking is he's going to keep pressuring me in this spot. Maybe he barrels twice and gives up river. With the chip distribution against the overwhelming chip leader, we should just fold the turn. Tricks, you are on the dot about most things tonight. Thank you for your valuable insights and input. And Jan, who has put on a show a lot of yesterday / last night, then he got moved. Great to see him still in the mix, by the way. Pavel as well. Trick says with his stack he has around 60k. He just punted there 10 to 15k in ICM with a medium strength hand with the queen jack. Is that what you're saying, or did it? Ding betting 1 million here. Vlad calling. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Jack 8 deuce 9. Vlad can do what he wants with this amount of chips. Just pick up an open ender, but with a pair of eights, going to go into check. Oh, it's Ding that's checking. I'm saying it's up to Vlad now. Wants to check it back. Yeah, you presume the turn is going to go check, check. River is the 5 of spades. Tricks reckons Queen Jack suited against the chip leader, not even a call. Small blind out of position. I actually think that that's an unpopular opinion, but you might be completely right there. Does it not seem like a huge overfold to fold Queen Jack suited in the small blind there? I thought he was piecing out a 3-bet pre, which I would have hated. Do see Vlad calling, Ding winning. A small but sizable pot at the same time. Gets a small value bet, but it is a 10 million pot that he takes down. Tricks likes the check back of the chip leader with King King if he at least uses this image that he is a super nitty chip leader and people always think he has it. It's marginal to call it there, but not worth the risk with 2 players under 10 bigs, I think. You know what, Tricks, as well? There's a 10k ticket up for grabs if he just survives one of those aforementioned 10 big blind stacks. I think we just have to fold everything then, do we? Again, this is me being a commentator, always wanting action. It's my guilty pleasure. I think you might be completely right in that we have to fold Queen Jack suited there. You can say what you want about Queen Jack suited. Plays terrifically when we're in position and plays grand out of position, but not with what's at stake. And a lot of the time we're going to be drawing. It's one of the best draw hands in the deck. But it's a far cry from aces. Tricks. There's your leaderboard you're looking for. Vlad with 79 bigs, Ding with 61, Ferdinando with 46, Jan with 31. Suborda Thorl with 31, Ertan with 28, Pavel with 17, and just one real short guy now with 7 bigs. EPLO Tricks, you are relatively new to the channel, but anytime I've been listening to you, you really feel to me like you know exactly what you're talking about. Renato says 7 players received the main event ticket yet. That's why you're seeing one of the biggest bubbles in poker, especially from a €250 buy-in. 10k ticket, 6k pay jump. Quick maths. Suborla Torl flopping nice on the Queen Jack 4 here with A7 of hearts. Turn is the 4 of spades. Trix is surprised to see the chip leader folding the cutoff. He probably just winning so many other pots that he's just not going to open everything. Yilmaz trying to get the job done here with 5 high. We can see it's not going to work, or at least hasn't worked so far. Double pair board now. These are these spots where Urtan might feel the need to keep going. But with so much at stake and 1 or 2 short stacks, he's just going to give it up. The nut flush not going to be folding, even if it is a double pair board. Blind v blind in this dynamic. Thing raising to 2.2 million. Volter winning the lotto here, getting dealt kings with 5 bigs. Awesome spot for him to try double up here. So we do see it all go in and call. And it is kings for Volter. Good shot straight draw here for Ding on the turn. by the way, guys, for the viewers that are watching on YouTube, in the next 15 minutes, the stream is going to get reset because we will be live for 12 hours. Trix wants to know, is there any regs on this table? If you want to know the truth, I don't know if there's any stud muffin left. Ding, of course, a bracelet winner from last year. I'm not too familiar with many. Sabura Torl has had many results at Kings. Pavel had a few close calls. Jan played pretty well, but he is under 100k in cashes. I don't know much about Vlad Andruska, Ferdinando D'Alessio. Irtan Yilmaz has shown his face at a few feature tables also. If you wanted me to give a prediction on who would be the most capable to take this title down, based on my knowledge and what I know, I would have to go with Ding. Falter raising to 2.5 million from the small. I would prefer if he went for a larger size here or just straight up ripped. Perhaps if there's a shorter stack than Walter, there actually isn't because he was the shortest stack with 7 and he's doubled up. I think I just prefer to jam. Yes, it's risky business into Jan, who has us covered, but Jan has to be calling with a pretty tight range. Trix likes the 2.1 big blind. I'm not a big fan of that because Jan can call very easily in position. Yeah, we all know about the chat pros, Renato's. I'm happy to have people chiming in. I don't know why he's checking the flop there as well. He's got all the back doors working for him. Case in point, the 10 of diamonds. He can continue on an 8, a queen, a king, an ace,